Good afternoon and welcome to the Oklahoma City Planning Commission. Before we begin, I'll just start with just a couple of housekeeping items and a few ground rules. First, please take this opportunity to silence your cell phones. Also, if you have any extended conversations, please feel free to take those conversations outside. If you are wishing to address the commission today, and I apologize, I'm a little hoarse, but I'm still going to try to do my best here. If you're wishing to address the commission and you are not an applicant, please complete one of these forms. It's located outside on the desk, and you can bring it right up here to the front, and then we'll be able to call on you from here. If you do not complete one of the forms and you're not an applicant, we will not be calling on you for the stated item for you to speak to the commission. When you're called on to address the commission, you have 5 minutes. We do ask that you avoid any repetitious comments. So if your neighbor is concerned about drainage and they mention it before you have your opportunity to speak, there's no need for you to also address drainage because we will know that that's already an issue. If you are here with a large group protesting the same item, it would be helpful, if at all possible, for you to appoint one person to speak on behalf of all of the issues that you collectively share. That makes it a little bit easier for us, but of course that is just strongly encouraged. And most importantly, we follow the golden rule here. We ask that you treat us respectfully, and in turn, we will be treating you respectfully. We ask that you treat your neighbors respectfully as well. And to please remember that in this proceeding, you're addressing the commission. You are not addressing the neighbors. You are not addressing the applicant. You are to address the commission. So with that being said, we'll begin with the receipt of the minutes from the previous meeting.
I move to receive the minutes from the previous meeting.
Commissioner Govine moves to receive the minutes from the December 14th, 2023 meeting.
Second.
Motion's been seconded by Commissioner Noble. Please cast your votes.
I'm working on it.
Do we need to go ahead and do a voice vote?
Yes.
We'll have to do a voice vote for everybody. So, did everybody get it? Okay. So the motion passes to receive the minutes from the December 14th meeting. We're now in line for continuance requests, and we'll begin with uncontested requests.
Item 24, case PC 10898, defer to January 25th. Item 25, case PUD 1982, defer to January 25th. Item 26, SPUD 1588, defer to January 25th. Item 27, case SPUD 1590, defer to January 25th. Item 28, case C 7600, defer to January 25th. Item 29, Plan OKC Comprehensive Plan Amendment, defer to January 25th. Item 30, case PC 10904, defer to February 8th. Item 31, case PC 10914, defer to February 8th. Item 32, case PUD 1967, defer to February 22nd. Item 33, Comprehensive Plan Amendment number 5, defer to February 22nd. And item 34, SPUD 1492, has been withdrawn.
Excellent. Is there anyone here who was wishing to be heard on any of those items? Okay. We're just looking for a motion.
I'll move to approve the uncontested requests.
The motion from Commissioner Govine is to approve the uncontested continuance requests as read. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. And it appears that there are no new requests at this time. Correct.
21.
Oh, would you have one more? Okay, we'll go with new requests.
I have one, item 21, request to defer to February 22nd, and that is case number PC 10913.
Excellent. And there's no one here that was wishing to be heard on that item. All right. So we're just looking for a motion to approve.
Move to approve the new continuance request.
Commissioner Govine moves to approve the new continuance request. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're now in line for the consent docket.
Item 1 is case C-7610, final plat of the hub on Morgan, located north of Southwest 29th Street and east of South Morgan Road. Item 2, case C-7611, final plat of the reserve at Mustang Creek, located south of Southwest 15th Street and east of the South John Kilpatrick Turnpike. Item 3 is case C-7616, final plat of South Half, located north of East Wilshire Boulevard and east of Broadway Extension. Item 4 is C-7617, final plat of Unison, located south of west of Britton Road and west of Broadway Extension. And item 5, case C-7618, final plat of Wheeler District, Phase 3 revised, located south of the Oklahoma River and west of Southwestern Avenue.
Thank you. Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on any of those items? If so, we will move them to our items requiring a separate vote. Seeing none, we just need a motion to approve the consent docket.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to recommend approval of the consent docket.
Commissioner Govine moves to recommend approval of the consent docket. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Noble. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're now in line for items requiring a separate vote. We'll begin with item number 6.
This is case number C-7606, final plat of the Rose Valley Phase 1, located north of West Britton Road and west of North Sarah Road.
Good afternoon. Dean Colitas, Civil and Environmental Consultants, representing the developer on this project. The final plat here does conform with the PUD and also with the approved preliminary plat. And we've have construction plans submitted for this as well. So I think there was a neighbor that came in for the neighborhood to the west that had some concerns before. So one of his concerns was the existing berm that is on the west side of the property, basically joins the east and west, that joint property line. That berm will remain and will not be disturbed. So any water that's going into their pond will remain going in their pond. Any water on our property will remain on our property. So that's really a non-issue. And the other item he was talking about, Jared, if you can go back to the lot plan, the overall, yeah, that one there. So on the east side there, he was wanting us to line up the lot lines, but that's impossible because there's a 50-foot buffer of a common area with a pond and everything. So, and their lots are a little bit irregularly shaped, so we couldn't do it anyway. So that concern really can't be done. So, and also we addressed these concerns back at the PUD and preliminary plat stages. And Councilman Carter was with us where we had negotiations with the property owners. We did agree back then to make the lots 10,000 square feet that bordered their property, and also agreed to put in a crash gate on the south side. So I think we negotiated everything back then. So I think these are kind of past items that came up. So if you've got another question, I'd be happy to answer them.
Excellent. Any questions, commissioners? There is no one signed up to speak. So I think we're just looking for a motion.
I'll move to recommend is this a move to approve
Yes.
C-7606?
Commissioner Govine moves to approve C-7606. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're now in line for item 7.
Item 7 is case PC 109112, application to rezone 8109 South Council Road from RMH2 to AA.
Is there an applicant present? Great, just give us your name and address for the record and tell us about your project.
Good afternoon. My name is Blanca Alonso. I'm here with my parents, Ruben and Irma Medina. We are applying to rezone the property at 8109 South Council Road. It's currently, excuse me, it's currently zoned for manufactured homes only, and my parents would like to build a home on there, and we're requesting for it to be rezoned as AA agriculture.
Thank you. This is in Ward 3. Commissioner Meek.
Yes, this is a simple cleanup to be able to allow a single-family home. I don't see any issue with it. Any other commissioners have any comments?
Just a curious thing about the code that you wouldn't be able to build a single-family home with this zoning already. It just seems curious that you wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
So maybe something that would be addressed in the code update? 'Cause that seems odd, but no need to address it unless you have thoughts. Well, anyway, we have no one signed up to speak. I think we're just looking for a motion.
Yes, sir. I move to recommend approval of the PC 10912.
Commissioner Meek moves to recommend approval to City Council for PC 10912. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Privet. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. Thank you. Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Thank you.
We're in line for item 8.
Item 8 is case CE 1112, application to close a portion of the north-south alley west of lots 22, Scott's Addition, and south of Northwest 14th Street.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This is an item that went through DDRC a couple weeks ago. DDRC recommended approval. You can see on the exhibit before you that multiple other alleys and public ways have been previously closed. The purpose of this is to allow for a development that was also approved by DDRC and you as Planning Commission and City Council. So happy to answer any questions, no TEs.
Thank you. This is in Ward 6. Commissioner Govine.
Yes, and my apologies. I had noted that I was going to recuse on item number 9. I believe I need to recuse on this item
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
My apologies on that.
Are there any questions from commissioners on this item? If not, we're looking for a motion.
I'll give a motion. A motion to approve case number CE 1112.
Commissioner Noble moves to recommend approval to City Council of CE 1112. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're now in line for item 9.
Item 9 is case CE 1115, application to close a portion of the east-west alley in Block 3 of Edwards Boulevard Addition, east of North Walker Avenue and south of Northwest 9th Street.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Similar situation here. This is closure of an alley to allow for a new multifamily project in Midtown. DDRC at that same hearing also provided a recommendation of approval on this.
Excellent. Any questions from commissioners? Any questions? There's no one signed up to speak. Just looking for a motion.
With that, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve case number CE 1115.
Commissioner Noble moves to recommend approval to City Council of CE 1115. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
And the motion passes. Thank you. We're in line for item 10.
This is case CE 1116, application to close a portion of the diagonal utility easement on Lot 1 and Block 5 of Preston Commercial Section 3, southeast of Northwest 130th Street.
Hello, William Sullins, Phase 1 Plan for PQR Properties. This is really more of a cleanup item on this property. There's existing structure that's actually built over this current easement that we're trying to close. New easement was provided on the east and south of the building to provide for sanitary.
Excellent. This is in Ward 8. Commissioner Noble.
I didn't see anything peculiar about it, so I didn't have any problems.
Excellent. We have no one signed up to speak. Any other questions from commissioners? This is just cleanup. All right, Commissioner Noble.
I'd like to recommend approval of case CE 1116.
Commissioner Noble moves to recommend approval to City Council of CE 1116. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. Thank you. We're in line for item 11.
This is case SPUD 1585, application to rezone 1926 Northwest 16th Street from R1 and UC to SPUD 1585.
Is there an applicant present? Not seeing the applicant here. Well, then we'll just push this item to the back of the agenda, since he's not here. I don't think we need a motion for that, do we, since we don't have an applicant present? Okay. Then we'll move on to item 12.
Item 12 is PUD 1987, application to rezone 5101 South County Line Road from PUD 1839.
Is there an applicant present?
David.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application to rezone what was previously zoned 1839 to allow for single-family and duplex. There are 3 TEs, TE 1 and 3 we agree to. Give me one moment. Because it's a small tract, finding central common area could be a challenge. So what we'd ask to do is to modify TE2 to state that open space shall consist of a total of 67,584 square feet with 24,793 square feet dedicated to usable open space. We'll obviously have to come in and plat it, but I think that exceeds what the subregs would require if you look at page 10 of your staff report in terms of total square footage. So 1 and 3 we agree to. We'd ask to modify TE2 consistent with what I just stated.
So not a minimum of 10%. Can you give it to us one more time?
Yeah, a total of 67,584, which of that, 24,793 will be dedicated to usable open space.
Staff have any comment on that? 67,584 square feet, correct? And then
Sure.
24,793 as usable
That's
open
right.
space.
The engineer was very literal.
I was about to say, this is, yeah, very detailed.
Yeah, what's that in acres?
Huh?
What's that in acres?
They don't have math in law school, so I let the engineer tell me what to say.
Man. Sarah, any comment? Jeff?
No.
Are we good on this?
We're good.
Okay. This is in Ward 3, Commissioner Meek.
Yes, sir. I've spoke with the applicant, looked through this. I'm okay with the TE as read into record. If any commissioners have any other comments, if not, I'd like to move to recommend approval.
And there's no one signed up to speak as well. Commissioner Meek moves to recommend approval to City Council of PUD 1987, subject to the amendment to TE2 as read into the record. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Privet. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you. We're in line for item 13.
Item 13 is PUD 1986, application to rezone 9735 West Memorial Road from PUD 1551 and PUD 1742.
Good afternoon. Kendall Dillon with Craft & Toll, representing the applicant. And this is obviously an application for a PUD, basically a 160-acre tract that lies on the northeast corner of Memorial and Morgan Road. The current zoning on it right now is 2 different PUDs that allow for single-family residential. Our proposal today is, and I don't know if staff can put up the master, there we go. But we're proposing a PUD that's kind of mixed use. We've broken it into 4 different tracts, and I'll just quickly highlight the tracts. Obviously, you can see the vast majority of the site is tract 1. Tract 1, we're asking for single-family. There's no variances that we're requesting in that track. I think as drawn on the master development plan, there's about 360 lots, which equates to about 2.8 dwelling units per acre. Track 2, we are asking for duplex or R2 zoning. It's 13.6 acres. There's 48 lots, which is 96 units. That's about 7 dwelling units per acre. And then track 3 is a commercial track right at the corner. Track 3, we're asking for C3. You'll notice we have limited, it's kind of hard to see on that picture, but we did limit the depth off of Memorial to match the adjoint or the commercial track on the opposite corner, on the northwest corner of Memorial and Morgan. We have limited, we've deleted, I think, 20 of the permitted uses. We've limited the sign to monument only. I think we've got 12-foot maximum height with a 100 square foot display. And then track 4 is the multifamily track. As drawn on there, there's about 300 units on 14.8 acres. That's a density right around 20 dwelling units per acre. So if you look at kind of the joiners, again, it's, I've got a map here. But if you kind of look at what surrounds us on the north, you'll notice it's obviously a vacant ag tract, which obviously will be developed, or at least you would assume fairly recently. To the east, we have R1, straight R1 zoning, which is the Savannah Estates. To the south, in kind of that corner, is still ag, but that's an oil and gas operation, a transmission line. And then to the south is an ag parcel, but these folks a few years ago rezoned 40 acres that's at the southeast corner. To PUD 1334. PUD 1334 allows for 7.5 acres of C3 at this corner, about 10 acres of duplex that wraps around it, and then the remainder of it is single family. And then to the west is the Stone Ridge Farms Edition. It's PUD 445. That obviously is single family. Interesting enough, there is a track in there that's R4, but it's basically platted as common area and has been developed as single family. But in that PUD, there's the commercial corner there as well. That's zoned for C3. There's no deleted uses, so it's really not very restrictive at all. So that's kind of what surrounds us. So, our thought is it's obviously conforms and is compatible with what's around us. I know staff's recommended approval. I might add that there is an architectural standard for all of the tracts. If you look at the gross residential density, it's 4.5 dwelling units per acre, so it's really not that high. Obviously, your comp plan recommends for single family 4 to 5 and for multiple family 15 to 30. So obviously, we're well within that comp plan. I think that's the reason that staff's recommended approval, and certainly happy to answer any questions you have and ask for your approval.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners on this? Any questions? I did get an email from Commissioner Clare saying that he was in support. If there are no questions, there's no one signed up to speak. I think we're just looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to recommend approval of PUD 1986.
Commissioner Govine moves to recommend approval to City Council of PUD 1986. That motion's been subject to the 2 technical evaluations. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Noble. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. I have seen the developer for item 11. Could we just go ahead and get to 11 if that's appropriate for everyone, commissioners? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, and sorry I'm late. I'll blame it on the snow that's going to happen.
I like to think we were just moving so fast.
You
that,
were. I mean,
okay.
I just kind of build in a little time because I know you guys are so busy, with other things. Thanks again for accommodating me here. Yeah, so I'm back, and hopefully this time you guys will be happy with the reduced density, and here to answer any questions.
Commissioner Govine, this is Ward 6.
Sure. We heard this case last time. There was a fair amount of discussion on density and number of units. The applicant has decreased the number of lots from 3 to 2. They've decreased the number of structures allowed from 3 to 2, and the maximum number of dwelling units from 6 to 4, as well as the maximum lot coverage to 75%. Front yard setback's been increased to 25 feet, and they've removed the parking space that was out at the sidewalk. And I believe this has a little more breathing room. You've got visitor parking in the middle of the development. I think it's good improvements. I'm really happy with it. And I'm in support, but certainly want to open up to others to discuss.
Thank you.
If there are any questions.
And I just want to say to staff, I love the last paragraph in the plan conformance where it just clearly delineates the changes that were made from the previous version. That made things a whole lot easier for us to fully understand what was agreed to between the meetings. So that's helpful, and appreciate you, Ken. I think this is great. So appreciate that. Other questions, comments from commissioners? We have no one signed up to speak.
I'll say, looks good to me.
Great. Commissioner Govine.
I will move to recommend approval of SPUD 1585.
Commissioner Govine moves to recommend approval to City Council of SPUD 1585. Might have to go to a different item number because this is still listing item 14. Excellent. And the motion was made by Commissioner Govine, seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're in line for item 14.
This is case C-7612, preliminary plat of Layton Lakes revised, located north of West Memorial Road and east of North Morgan Road.
For the record, Kendall Dillon with Crafton Toll, representing the applicant. This obviously is the companion item to the PUD that you all just approved. Obviously, it conforms. I think there are 6 TEs that were in agreement with all of them. I might mention on TE number 5 in regards to the arterial sidewalks, I did speak with Barry Lodge earlier today. We're going to have, you can see the blue lines that are the streams in the southeast corner of the project and then in the northwest corner of the project. I know that we're going to struggle to build an ADA compliant sidewalk just in those areas. So certainly working with him, we're going to build every bit of sidewalk we can, but we've asked that for the small portion that we can't to pay the fee in lieu of, which is kind of what we've been doing and working with Public Works. So just kind of wanted to make that note in relationship to TE number 5. But other than that, we're in agreement with them and would ask for your approval.
Is there anything that we need to change in the wording of the
I don't think
TE
so.
to accommodate that? Okay.
Well,
Barry Lodge, Public Works. With this item, I don't think there's any need to change the language because they will be constructing that sidewalk along the section line roads. The language was actually in the previous item on the PUD that specified where they had language in there that a fee in lieu of sidewalk would be acceptable, and we asked them to strike that from the PUD language, since all of the fee in lieu of sidewalks have to have city engineer approval anyway. So that process has to be applied for through city engineer office, and Kendall agreed with that. That's kind of the process that we've been following for at least the last several months. It hadn't been maybe an ongoing thing, but it is what we're going to look at going forward.
Gotcha. Okay. Are there any questions from commissioners? I did also receive an email from Commissioner Claire saying that he was in support and had no objections. No one has signed up to speak.
I might as well continue the roll and move approval of C7612.
Commissioner Govine moves approval of C7612. That motion is seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
thank you all.
I think it came up really quick. All right, thank you, Kendall. We're in line for item 15.
This is case C-7614, final plat of Sanabria Phase 2, located north of Southwest 164th Street and west of South Pennsylvania Avenue, and a variance to section 5.2.8.d of the subdivision regulations.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzda with Johnson & Associates. Address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before we use the Sanabria final plat for Phase 2, it conforms with the preliminary plat. In terms of the variance, I don't believe will require one. We're going to agree to put in a temporary emergency fire access easement back out to Penn. That will take care of the issue in the short term. As the development continues to build out, it'll have all the necessary access that it would need. So rather than get a variance, we'd ask that you strike that and add a TE that just as a temporary emergency access be provided.
Okay. But again, we don't need to ask that that be provided. That's already in the code, right? About the temporary access? Or
Yes.
do we have to put it there?
It's in the code already.
Okay. Don't need the TE. Commissioner Newman, this is in Ward 5.
I talked with Mark about this, and I think this is a really nice subdivision design. Especially want to make a comment that they have placed the larger lots adjacent to the single-family residence on the larger 5-acre tract. It works really well, I think, as a buffer between the smaller lots, none of which are 30 feet wide, that all conform to the minimum lot sizes for the city. So I don't have any problems with this. There's a historic grain silo on site that my girlfriend's going to be very happy they're keeping. So I think I'm good with it.
That's good.
For those interested, the grain silo is being, it was planned to be in the roundabout within Phase 1, so it'll be maintained. So if you're into grain silos, you can drive out there and check it out.
All right.
So
Go see the sites in Ward 5.
Yeah.
Any other questions from commissioners? We have no one signed up to speak. Commissioner Newman.
if no one else has any questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Commissioner Newman moves to approve of C-7614, striking technical evaluation 2 and including technical evaluations 1 and 3. I think we're just waiting for the technology to catch up with us. There we go. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're in line for item 16.
This is case C-7613, final plat of Summers Point, Phase 13. And this is located west of South Cemetery Road and south of West Reno Avenue.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is a final plat that matches the preliminary plat, 2 TEs, both of which we agreed to.
Excellent. This is in Ward 3, Commissioner Meek.
Yes, this is spoke to the applicant, everything looks good. It's the last infill of a final plat. If anyone doesn't have any comments, I move to recommend approval of C-7613 with the TEs.
Any questions from commissioners? No one signed up to speak. Commissioner Meek moves to approve of C-7613, subject to the 2 technical evaluations. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Privet. Please cast your votes. And the
Thank you.
motion passes. Thank you. We're in line for item 17.
This is SPUD 1591, application to rezone 1601 Northeast 15th Street from R1.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates. Address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before you is a case being presented by a nonprofit to bring some affordable housing for folks experiencing homelessness. And so this is really for R2 style application. It's to permit a duplex. Staff's recommended approval. There's one TE that I did want to talk through. During the process and the back and forth with staff and their red lines, what was requested in the application was that we limit our driveways to 12 feet in width. We agreed to that. The TE is asking for only 1 driveway per 50 feet of frontage. We would not have agreed to the 12-foot drive limitation if we knew that that TE was coming. So we can agree to one or the other. We can't agree to both. So a traditional single-family home is permitted up to a 30-foot wide driveway. So we are agreeable to 1 driveway that's 24 feet wide, or we're agreeable to 2 at 12 feet wide. We're not agreeable to 1 on 15th and 1 on Jordan. The way that plans and houses are set up are to take access from 15th, not off of Jordan. So with that, happy to entertain the discussion over which the commission would like to see, but we're in a either-or situation on our end.
Cool. I don't know that I have that strong of a preference. I mean, I guess it would be the most consistent with the neighborhood if it was just 1 driveway, but happy to hear from staff on that.
Yeah, so that was a late TE. Our thinking was the ideal scenario, if you'd have 1 drive on 15th and 1 drive on Jordan. You can kind of see there's already an existing drive there. And so that's where the TE came from.
Any preference as far as the TE? I mean, obviously, it still limits. It limits. You like 2?
I think 2 looks better, to me.
Thoughts? I'm open either way.
I think 2 is more functional personally.
It provides a little more separation of different residents.
Okay. We have no one signed up to speak. Any other thoughts, questions?
I would just say if 2 is the preference, we'd ask that you recommend approval of the application, striking the TE, because the language is already in the SPUD that limits the driveways to 12 feet wide.
Okay. Well, I can't make the motion.
I'll move to recommend approval of SPUD 1591, striking TE1. And I think that's all we need to do.
Commissioner Govine moves to recommend approval to City Council of SPUD 1591. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're now in line for item 18.
Item 18 is case PC 10915, application by Bubba Sugar Little to rezone 7601 North Central Avenue from PUD 1897.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. This is an application for a straight I-1 rezone. If you've been down Northeast 70th Street over the past 5 years, you've seen a lot of light industrial warehouses that have popped up. They've all been done primarily by one developer. They're all very attractive buildings, all well-maintained. They're seeking kind of an extension of that just north of 70th. The site has no frontage and no access to Wilshire other than Central. So our main point of access is going to be all the way down Central. So it's not really visible from any public access way. So we're going to continue with the light industrial theme, which I received a question. Outdoor storage without screening, that's not permitted in I-1. That's what we're seeking. So happy to answer any questions. There's no TEs. We'd ask for your approval.
Thank you. I did meet with the applicant about this. It seems like it's just a continuation of the existing zoning in the area. I believe it was intended to be a golf course at some point, so there's no actual R1 uses that are actually occurring in any of these spaces that are adjacent. So that was my primary concern was, are we expanding industrial to be next to actual functioning R1? It doesn't even appear that the street even goes far enough for there to be access to it, even if residential was added at this current moment. So I don't have any objections. Any questions from commissioners? We have no one signed up to speak. All right, just need a motion.
I'll move to recommend approval of PUD 1897. Sorry, was there a TE? No TEs.
This is PC 10915.
I apologize. Yeah,
Okay.
I was on. Move to recommend approval of PC 10915.
Commissioner Govine moves to recommend approval to City Council of PC 10915. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
We're in line for item 19.
This is SPUD 1589, application to rezone 3209 East Park Place from R1.
Hi, I'm Ryan Greenfield. Address is 1163 East 138th Street, Glenpool, Oklahoma 74033, with Universal Development. I think you have it up there. No? Yeah. Yes, that's it. Sorry. All right, as I'm sure you all have noticed, we're up against an ever-changing housing market where the average cost to purchase a home has been steadily rising for a few years now. Now, I know that some of people say that we're in a bubble and that what comes up must come down, but we don't actually know if that will happen or when. At this time, the average single Oklahoman is struggling just to make ends meet. Therefore, it is not realistic to believe that individuals who are supporting families could possibly afford a mortgage, utilities, insurance, a phone bill, gas, food, especially when the cost of goods continues to skyrocket. And because we're all grown adults who know how life goes, do I even need to mention having emergency funds for when the fridge breaks or the car needs new tires? I think that everyone in this room can agree that housing is an essential need that each of us deserves to have, providing shelter and security for our families. We should not have to give up their essential needs just to have a place to stay and lay our heads down at night. We're in a crisis, and so far, no one has been able to come up with a reasonable solution to end the war that has been waged on the average Oklahoman. until now, until today. What we are proposing today is a small community that was designed with the sole intent of creating affordable housing in a time that families desperately need it. In the quaint neighborhood of Garden Oaks, we have purchased several empty lots off of East Park Place and North Standish Avenue. The houses in this addition were built in 1970, which means that these lots have not been touched in over 50 years. These lots have been sitting here just waiting for someone to come up with a better use for them. We want to take this unused space and turn it into an affordable community where families can come together. We are proposing to build a cluster of tiny homes that we hope will soon be home to families who have long been struggling to find housing that is affordable to them. A tiny community inside of an already existing community. We envision pollinator gardens and community areas, a place where families can walk their dogs and enjoy barbecues outside when our Oklahoma weather permits. I don't know if you have been house shopping lately, but there are over 550% more 3-bedroom homes available than there are 2-bedroom homes in the metro area, which means that the average Oklahoma City resident isn't up against the 2-bedroom home market cost so much as they are the 3-bedroom home market cost. We want change. Oklahoma City needs change. We cannot continue down this path without a solution, and our tiny home community is exactly that solution.
Thank you. I did visit with Mr. Uday this morning and asked that you all consider taking a continuance so that you'd have the opportunity to meet with the Garden Oaks neighborhood. They are a very active neighborhood association. And so I know that, and I spoke with the president of the neighborhood association this morning, and I know that she's very interested in visiting with you all.
Okay.
But I do think it is helpful, commissioners, for us to hear the comments that you may have about this development. I think the thing that stands out for me, well, let me say two things. One, there's not been a strong history of successful apartment developments in Northeast Oklahoma City, especially in the urban core. And I know that that's a deep concern that I and my neighbors have. I think that looking at alternatives like this one that allows for higher density but respects single-family homes is a really good idea. And so I know we've seen similar developments in other parts of the city. I think there's one, it's either Class and Tenpin, we approved something similar, or it might have been Gatewood, but it's in that area near the plaza. The point is, I like the concept, but would just love to see that the community engagement happens in the right way. But I'm assuming you are amenable to that at this point, that we can.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
we already have been speaking and plan to have a meeting this evening and maybe one later this week, and just to work things out. Yep, absolutely. We're definitely okay with that.
That's great.
More than happy to.
Any questions, comments, thoughts, commissioners?
I could echo your sentiments on alternative housing typologies and trying new, this has worked in other cases, and I would be supportive.
I have just a couple questions.
Please.
In the past, when we have been presented with things that were labeled tiny homes, they very often came with wheels. I assume this is not one of those things.
Did you say have wheels?
Wheels, yes. The
No.
tiny homes are actually movable.
Right, no, these will have a concrete slab, but they will not be mobile.
And then, again, in the past, when we have dealt with things that were labeled as tiny homes, there's been an issue about whether there is a specific code application for tiny home construction that applies. I have understood, unless it's changed, that we do not have, that there is a code, but we haven't adopted it. So I assume that just the regular housing code will apply to the construction and so on?
To my understanding.
Okay.
My understanding is that these individual homes, and I thought this was in the SPUD, it would be 1,000 square feet. Is that correct? 1,000 square feet
1,000
each?
square feet.
How big are they?
384.
384, okay.
That's the footprint,
That's
but
the
you're
footprint. Okay, I
allowed
was
to do
confused.
3 stories and 1,000 square feet in the language.
Right, that's
What's
the max, yeah.
What
that
are
was
you
in
actually
there.
proposing? Just out of, are they 2-story, are they 3, or you're not sure yet?
The 2 or the 3-story?
Yeah.
We plan to have 1 and 2 We would like the option to have 3.
I mean, anyway, I think my point was only that the footprint is 324 square
Right.
feet,
But if it's
they're
stacked
able
up.
to do up to 1,000.
Right.
I wouldn't call it a tiny home necessarily if
That's
it's
what-
at 1,000, is what you're saying.
That was what I was getting at, was I don't know if the label of tiny home. I also know that that label is incendiary, pretty much, so so unless it's genuinely a tiny home, I think I'm just careful about that, but.
Are these units for sale or for lease?
I'm sorry?
Are they for sale or for lease? I don't know if that.
We have not decided.
I do think there's some, there could be some further conversation. Now, I'm understanding we're moving towards a continuance on this, so, but there could be further conversation about orientation.
Yes.
I know there's some details that
Absolutely.
probably want further discussion on when this comes.
Because it seems like it would be nice for it to address Park Place, but I know that the wrecking business on the other side is not exactly a desirable place to be looking at
Right.
from your front porch. So I think that's something to discuss with the neighbors as well. Commissioner LaForge?
Yeah, I wanted to ask if it would be relevant to ask if the units on the north should not be 3 stories. Should they be limited to 2 stories because they back up to these other houses?
I certainly think so. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, they are, I guess they are in the current
They're limited to 28 feet, right? What is that?
28 feet.
Oh, the north units are already?
Yes, the ones on the north are limited to 28
Got it.
feet, so.
Yeah.
Okay, got it, good.
Any other comments that would be helpful while we take this continuance? And 2 weeks is good?
2 weeks would be wonderful. I live in Tulsa.
Okay. You said,
I would, there's no issue with staff on 911 addresses and, or utility issues, is there?
it's a good question. Dustin on utilities?
Yeah, Dustin's Utilities Department. I've met with the developer, and I've met with them to be able to discuss some of the challenges that they will have going forward. They are aware of those situations, so depending upon whether they're for sale or for lease, that we will be able to work with them to see if they can overcome those challenges.
Okay.
But any other thoughts on design, height, anything else for them? All right. Well, then I think we're just looking for a motion to continue it to the January 25th meeting.
Okay, perfect.
I'll move to continue SPUD 1589 to the next meeting.
Commissioner Govine moves to continue SPUD 1589 to the January 25th meeting of the Planning Commission. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. And I'm happy
Thank
to
you.
join any meetings with the neighbors too, if that is helpful too.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
So, thank you. We're in line for item 20.
This is PUD 1988, application to rezone 11836 Southeast 29th Street from AA.
Good afternoon, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the application. This is a PUD for approximate 5-acre tract located at the, in the vicinity of the southwest corner of Southeast 29th and Anderson Road. The PUD is a RC rural commercial district base. It is limited to a single use of construction, sales, and services. I have reviewed the TEs. We are agreeable to the TEs. We would be happy to answer any questions and would ask for your approval.
Thank you. This is in Ward 4. Commissioner Privet.
That was my main question, were the TEs agreeable? And they are, it sounds like, so. Is there anybody signed up to speak?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear from them first.
Excellent. Any questions from commissioners before I call on our neighbor? All right. Well, Patrick Dean, you have, please give us your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. I'm Patrick Dean. I live right behind the property there on Anderson Road.
Excellent.
I've got four
perfect.
concerns. First one is traffic concerns. How much more traffic will this produce? Because of course, that's a 4-way intersection, 2 lanes each way, and that's an issue. That could be an issue. Secondly is drainage. My house, as you see the description there, is very close to the border line, so like 30 feet away from the boundary. And also the water drainage, that's downhill from the property itself. So if they're gonna put gravel and such, take out the trees and all that, put up gravel and all that, that's gonna be a drainage issue to me, because my shop, which is the building on your left, as you're looking at that, sits approximately 8.5 feet lower than the back of my property line. So drainage would be a considerable issue. Also, my house is about 4 feet down below the property, below the fence.
Okay.
That property, as well as the other properties out there, are well water, and I was wanting to confirm, is that going to continue to be a well property, or is that going to be city water going out there, and then, of course, that would require everybody else to be on city water, which seems kind of counterproductive right now. The wells out there are approximately 180 feet. I know mine's 180 feet, and I'm pretty sure that one's the same, pretty sure. Noise abatement, since they're looking to gravel most of the back of that property from, they're gonna put the business up towards the front, from my understanding, and coming back, it's gonna be mostly gravel for equipment, storage, pipes, pallets, trucks, tractors, whatever. Since they're a plumbing business, they're gonna have quite a bit. The noise that would create, especially the proximity of my house to the property, would be relatively annoying. So my question would be, would they put up a fence, any kind of a noise abatement fence along the back of that property to minimize that impact on my property? That's about all I've got, really. Appreciate your
Some
time.
great questions, and we're going to have city staff answer some of those questions too. But before that, I'm just curious, this, in the PUD, it says that in lieu of a site-proof fence on the south side, because your workshop
Right.
is directly south.
Right.
So it's saying the existing trees and vegetation shall be retained
Okay.
with a minimum of 10 feet wide. Is that sufficient, or are you saying, no, you'd like a fence in addition to that?
It depends
20,
what.
excuse me, 20 feet.
20 feet, okay.
20 feet.
20 feet would probably work.
Okay,
20 feet would probably work.
because I'm reading,
Because my shop, the depth of my shop is 40 feet, so take half that, put that on the other side of the property, you're probably good 20 to 30 feet, I would imagine.
but they wouldn't need to, as far as you're concerned, they wouldn't
Parting
need
a
to
physical
add.
fence up or some sort of a noise
It would just be
abatement fence?
it would be leaving the vegetation that's there within 20 feet of your property.
Right.
Yeah, the TE, we
Sorry,
agreed to
I
20
just jumped back
feet.
to the, yeah.
Okay.
We would obviously address any drainage issues at the time, but it will be well and septic as well, to answer his question.
Gotcha.
Because again, with the drainage, especially with my shop being that much lower than the back of the property on his property, the drainage I'm concerned about is, pretty significant. I've got an entry door in the back, and I've got a walk-in door along the side, and that would pose some issues there as far as water intrusion.
Maybe I could have Barry quickly explain the city's review of the applicant's plan. So drainage is something that's specifically evaluated by city staff.
Barry Lodge, Public Works. So the development will have to comply with all of the requirements of Chapter 16 or drainage ordinance. One of the main things that they're going to have to look at, since this is being set up as a commercial development, and we've got a 5-acre tract that they're dealing with, they will be required to provide on-site stormwater detention.
Okay.
That will that'll keep the runoff from the developed site at or below what the historic runoff from the site is. Now, this is going to be an area where, as we review the plans when they come through, we're also going to encourage the developer or the engineer to work with the resident on where the discharge point from that pond will go, because that can be an issue that where now that water tends to sheet flow off of the property. After they've done this detention design, it's going to be more of a point discharge. So there needs to be some coordination and some communication with the resident, but we will be reviewing all of it for complete conformance with the current drainage ordinance.
Which again is going to be that it stays either where it is, that the level of water essentially that you're seeing stays where it is, or below, or the historical.
Right, and it'll be that rate of runoff. Obviously, from a developed site, there's going to be more volume if you just measure it, but it will be that rate of runoff has to remain at or below the current levels.
That's helpful. Thank you, Barry.
I'm pretty happy so far.
All right.
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. Dustin, you want to address anything about the utilities?
Yeah, Dustin Seagraves Utilities. That site is currently on a well. We do not have any facilities out there or wastewater facilities, so it'll be septic. If it is commercial, then fire protection will have to be either a storage tank, a pump, or whatever that needs to be able to cover that, but
Okay, thank you. Glad we could do the screening and increase that. I think that's a good thing, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Mr. Chair?
Excuse me.
For me, I would, excuse me, I also like to see a site-proof fence on the south side.
You would like to see a site-proof fence. Thoughts, commissioners?
I was going to pose the question to Mr. Dean if he seemed pretty happy, but I didn't want to ask for things that,
Right.
I mean, it does seem, I agree with you that if I was in that situation, I would prefer a site-proof fence, but 20 feet of trees is not that much of a
It's
tree
not that
buffer.
much of a buffer, but I mean, there's enough trees there currently where, you know, it would probably work. But, you know, if a site fence or of some sort, you know, could be added to that, I think that would be better. But, you know, I mean, it's,
Mark?
Thank you for your thoughts on that. Yeah, I just wanted to hear what he.
yeah,
what-
appreciate your time, please.
Thank you. Mark, you want to address that?
Yeah.
The comment is you're requesting site-proof screening along the south side?
Sounds like it, but I guess would it be north of the green belt? Are we saying both?
Well, clearly there's been some conversation about it, so how did you get where you are? Is there a reason why the site-proof fencing is undesirable?
I mean, if they have a security fence, then site-proof screening probably wouldn't necessarily be the most desirable for the end user. But, I mean, if it's a deal killer one way or another, you know, agreeing to a site-proof screening fence, which could be stockade, you know, I'm sure I could agree to that. That's pretty minimal cost. But honestly, just looking to preserve what was there in lieu of, so.
I don't know.
So, to be clear, you intend to install a fence anyway, a security fence? It's not a question of, oh, if we install a fence, it'll require us to remove a bunch of trees. You're going to install a fence anyway.
I believe their desire is to install a fence anyway, but it would be obviously on the inside of the trees, yeah.
But you could use the vinyl inserts on a chain link security fence.
I mean, we could agree to that. I mean, that's fine.
Okay.
So we could agree to the site-proof screening along the south side, and I could just tell them that those inserts of some sort would work along that side.
And is it possible to put it on your side, I guess the north side of the green belt, right? We wouldn't want to disrupt, yeah. So maybe the TE needs to make sure that it reads that to Commissioner Privet.
We'll agree to site-proof screening in conjunction with the 20-foot buffer along the south side to be placed on the north side of that screening.
Excellent. Any other questions, commissioners? Thoughts?
That works for me.
All right, Commissioner Privet.
All right, move to approve case PUD 1988 with the listed TEs modifying TE2 to add a site-proof fencing along the south line.
Excellent. Commissioner Privet moves to recommend approval to City Council of PUD 1988, subject to the the 5 technical evaluations as written and the additional technical evaluation regarding site-proof fencing as read into the record. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're in line for item 22.
Item 22 is SPUD 1581, application to rezone 408 Northwest 30th Street from R2 and HL and UC, SPUD 1581.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, who's also here with us, as well as our architect. This is an application that would allow for a new multifamily project to be built at the corner of 30th and Hudson. This is a site that historically housed a church. The church caught fire, and ultimately the church had to be torn down after HP approval. So it's worth noting that this is zoned R2 now, but it has a HL overlay. So it's not HP, but it's still a historical type of zoning. So this SPUD had to go first before the Historic Preservation Commission. It went before the HP Commission last week. HP, in their role at this stage, is simply to review it and provide a recommendation to you. Obviously, then you'll provide a recommendation to council. At the time that we went to the HP Commission, our application asked for 27 dwelling units, height of 40 feet, a 5-foot setback along 30th, and we were seeking to not meet the parking code. There was a lot of discussion at the HP Commission. At the time, we sought to modify it to 24 units. We sought to modify and further define what a dwelling unit is. Ultimately, we reduced down our total number of dwelling units at the HP Commission to 20 units. Since that time, we have had a neighborhood meeting that happened this week where we further discussed what we have, and we were able to come up with additional concessions. So let's start with, if you could go to the next slide, what's listed as Exhibit 2. So what's shown on the right was what the architect had drawn in originally. Originally, we were 40 feet and 3 stories, and so the purpose of this was not to show design, but really to show bulk and massing and what it might look like from a scale standpoint, coupled with the church that was historically there. So if you look at the church, the west side of the church, the western portion of it was brought fairly close to 30th Street, similar to what we were proposing to do. Now, the balance of the church was obviously set back greater than what we wanted to do, but we believe in an urban setting, bringing that all to the right-of-way was the appropriate thing. There were comments made at HP about their belief that the scale and massing was appropriate, but importantly, in our SPUD, we retain the HL overlay, which means we cannot build anything, we cannot get any building permit whatsoever without the HP Commission blessing our design. I don't know if anyone has ever spent any time watching the HP Commission, but they are a very tough group to please when it comes to design. So I have no doubt that our architect will have to spend a considerable amount of time working with HP staff to come up with a design that meets the guidelines and ultimately will be approved by the HP Commission. So what left the HP Commission was 20 units with no definition, 40 feet in height, 5-foot setback along 30th Street. They imposed a condition about meeting the parking code. Again, at the time, we weren't willing to do so. Fast forward to the meeting we had this week. We are now, we've modified again, consistent with one of the things I've handed you, which is 13 additional technical evaluations we're asking to oppose upon ourselves. There's only one that staff has come up with. Staff has asked that we meet parking code. We're now in agreement with that. HP Commission did vote 5-0 to recommend approval. I don't know if I said that. So the other things that we've changed now, height, parking, and density have been, I think, the topics that we've talked about the most, probably the topics you're going to hear about the most. So in terms of height, again, we were at 40 feet. So what we've committed to now is 35 feet and 2.5 stories. That's significant because under the R2, which is what it is right now, 35 feet, 2.5 stories is what's allowed. R1, which is the most restrictive of zoning districts, allows 35 feet, 2.5 stories. That's what we're committed to. And in addition, we have committed that we will have a pitched roof. Jared, if you'll go to exhibit number 6. Setback along 30th was another topic of discussion. Again, these exhibits at this point are now not representative of what we're going to build. These weren't, again, for design purposes, but more importantly, now we're 2.5 stories, not 3 stories. So what's shown here is a 3-story at 40 feet, so you can ignore those, but I want to talk through, actually, Exhibit 6. Okay, so you will have it in your Exhibit 6. We have increased the setback from 5 feet to 10 feet. As you know, in the core, you often hear about maintaining that visual line of, there we go, of structures. So if you look at all of the structures moving west from our site to Walker, when we drop that to 10 feet rather than 5, we are now in line, if not setback, greater than the majority of the structures that exist along 30th Street. Further defining the density. We talked a lot about density. One of the problems that the code has, in my opinion, is it just talks about dwelling units. It doesn't define what a dwelling unit is. A dwelling unit could be a 4-bedroom house. What we propose to do is, of the 20 dwelling units, require that a minimum of 16 of those be single bedroom. What that does is it reduces the parking load. It will reduce just the sheer number of people that will be there. There was a discussion about the fact that this is R2 and it's 3 lots, so why not just build 3 duplexes? Well, if you do the math and you had 3 duplexes, each of the duplex units having 3 bedrooms, we're at 18 bedrooms right there, plus back houses. We're really at the same level of density that we could have under R2, just in a different form. That affordability housing study that the city spent all that money on, when you read it, the thing that our city lacks the most in the core are 1-bedroom dwelling units. So the 1-bedroom apartment is what we lack the most and what we think will be the majority of the demand on this site. I talked about the height. Open space was a discussion. Our SPUD as drafted requested 20%. What we're going to commit to is what R4 requires, which is 40%. That's TE number 5. TE number 6 on your handout, and talking to the council person, he referenced a partnership that the Putnam Heights neighborhood had with the city to install speed cushions along Northwest 36th Street. I have emailed Debbie Miller, the interim Public Works Director. Haven't heard back yet, but what we are committed to do is work with Public Works to ensure that there is an installation of speed cushions along 30th Street at no cost to the neighborhood. Facade number 7, unless you want me to, I'm going to not read it in. I've given this language to the neighbors. Essentially, what we've agreed to do is meet the HP guidelines and provided this language to show how we're going to do it. So we would add this to the facade portion of our SPUD. TE number 8, we would remove essentially all the non-residential use units in the SPUD, that being murals, dwelling units of mixed uses, and administrative and professional offices. TE number 9 was a request of Ms. Powers to add the words "and maintained" in section 7. All attached signs shall be prohibited. Number 11, sole access shall be from Hudson. 12, dumpsters shall be located within 5 feet of the south and west property line or within the alley if approved via revocable permit. There's an alley to the west that has never been vacated. 13, no rooftop patio shall be permitted. And finally, 14, balconies, if installed, shall be at the discretion of the HP Commission. There was some additional correspondence outside of these specific about the design and what it will ultimately look like. What we have committed to do is we will have a charrette with the neighbors where we intake ideas, intake concerns, and before we submit anything to the HP staff for submission to HP Commission, we will share those ideas and share those designs. So we're committed to continuing to work with the neighbors as we get closer. We have no ability to give you any design-related questions today. One, I'd submit this is not what this commission does. This is not like the rest of the city where you just have to hope that the design looks nice. You have the HP Commission that will ensure that we adhere to HP guidelines and have a design that checks all the boxes that they have. So I believe what we have is a application that was compatible with the surrounding area, compatible with specifically Jefferson Park. If you drive around Jefferson Park, there are a lot of multifamily units that exist, a lot of structures that are similar to this in terms of size and scale and massing. Staff recommended approval with just a single TE. We are willing to self-impose 13 additional TEs, including things that I don't believe you've ever seen. Having the developer being willing to take the lead on speed cushions on a public street to ensure at no cost of the neighborhood, I think is significant. Limiting how a dwelling unit is defined is, I think, a very important piece because of the concern being how many people would be on that site. So we're happy to answer any questions. Again, I take the exhibits you see with a grain of salt because that is 40 feet and 3 stories and 5 foot off 30th. We've now doubled our setback off 30th. It's now a 2.5-story structure. So a lot of questions were asked, what's a 2.5-story structure? Drive through the core, any 2-story house is essentially a 2.5-story structure and 35 feet. Again, if you see a 2-story house in an R1 neighborhood, it's 35 feet. So that is the height that we've now agreed to. This type of development in the core of our city is exactly what I believe that City Council has asked for with the comp plan, has asked for with the housing affordability study. It's where we want our density. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Let's start with Commissioner Powers.
There are a few things I want to say, but I really want to save the bulk of my remarks until we've heard from the neighbors. First of all, I would like to give a lot of credit to the developer, his representative, and the neighbors for the back and forth, and the, calm heads have prevailed, and, there's been a lot of very civil back and forth and negotiation on this. There are just a few little things that I want to ask, maybe even of staff, to be clear about before we move forward. Mr. Box made reference to the fact that in any R2 you can do 35 feet, but this is actually R2 that has an HL overlay, and I believe that the requirement would be 20 feet if it were subject to that HL overlay. So I asked that question of Katie Friddle today, and unfortunately calling her out of town. I'm sorry about that, but she gave me that number, so it's something we need to clarify. I also have where we've landed with the language on the parking is that they're going to meet code. I'd kind of like to know what that really means. Their parking is behind. I know that generally speaking, there are reductions that are allowed. Are we talking about 1.5 parking spaces per single bedroom, 2 spaces per multiple bedrooms, or are we talking about something other than that? I have the same question about the use of the term open space. I think you say that to people and they think, grass and trees and things like that. I want to be clear. Are we just talking about something that doesn't have a building on it? Does open space include the parking lot, et cetera? And I think those issues need to be clarified for purposes of our discussion.
And probably would be good to clarify before we hear from our neighbors as well.
Maybe, yeah.
Let's start with the first question regarding height limitations, correct?
Yes.
So, in terms of height, I can tell you that I live in an HP area, and every house on my street that is not, or there's one single story, but they're all 35 feet tall. I don't think HL further reduces it down. If you look at the structure to our east, it is above 20 feet in height. So the 35 feet and 2.5 stories, I think is consistent with what you expect to see in the core with historic properties. But at a minimum, it is absolutely what you see in single-family development, and duplex development. Anything that's 2 stories, that's the base zoning district is 35 feet and 2.5 stories.
I agree with that statement. Any R1 property other than in an historic district or a historic landmark overlay would be 35 feet. I don't dispute that. But I did ask her rather specifically, partly because on another case that we were working on, the issue came up with respect to a 20-foot building height limitation next to HP. And so Edgemere, which is across the street to the north, is an HP. And so my question was, how does the street enter into that calculation? Do you get to count that as separation or not? And her response was that no, she didn't think you counted it in. She didn't say she thought. She said, no, you don't count it in the separation. That the HP limitation on 20 feet would apply. But then she went on to say, but this is in within the Jefferson Park HL district, so they would be held to 20 feet limit if zoning to straight R4. So I'm not saying that they are not entitled to vary that through the process of an SPUD, but I'm just saying, I misspoke. I said if it were R2. If it were R4 in the HL, it would be limited to 20 feet, is what she told me.
So, yeah, and we're
And
asking
that's the base zoning they're asking
for the 35. It's worth noting, there was a significant amount of discussion at HP about it. They specifically declined to add a provision reducing down the height. They believe, based upon where this is, everything to the west of us is C3. You've got that commercial node at the corner of Walker and 30th, and then, of course, the Paseo, that the height at 40 was, from a conceptual standpoint, subject to design, completely fine with them. And so we've actually reduced it down to the 2.5 and 35 feet. In terms of parking, we can't give you a number right now because we don't know what our specific unit count will be.
No, that's not what I'm asking for. What I'm wondering is if the 1.5 parking spaces per single family, or per single bedroom unit would apply, and 2 for above single bedroom, 2, 3, whatever, or is there going to be some additional reduction to that total based on the fact that the parking is behind the building, for instance?
I don't know. I mean, whatever building permit staff tells us to do, but that's, again, getting into a design-related issue. The staff has asked that we meet code. The neighbors asked that we meet code. The HP Commission asked that we meet code. That's what we're committed to do.
But I think just, I don't want to, be contentious about this, but I think that the neighbors, at least, understanding of meeting code did not include possible reductions. And so I would just ask staff, are there reductions that would apply here? And if so, what would they be?
Okay, so regarding, Sarah Welch, Planning Department, regarding parking, so their parking requirement per code is going to be based off if it's a 1 or 2 bedroom. So we established that, correct? The code has built in a potential for up to a 25% reduction, and that would be achieved by providing additional landscaping or bicycle parking. I can read through those if you'd like, but they could achieve, if the site allows, per code, up to a 25% reduction.
Okay.
One of those is not the placement of the parking, though.
Oh, it's not behind? That's
It is
part
not
of
one, that is not something that will reduce the requirement.
Did I just dream that, or is it applicable to commercial and not residential?
I don't believe that's in the code.
There's a provision in commercial PUDs that if we employ some sort of cluster or shared parking, you can reduce parking counts by 15%. We've done that in commercial PUDs in the past, notably at the Classen Curve, the triangle piece of it.
Don't bring that up.
Maybe a sensitive subject, sorry.
Okay,
It was already halfway out of my mouth.
thank you for that clarification. What are the other items? I know they're planning to permit or to provide bicycle parking. What else is it?
It's bicycle parking, motorcycle or scooter parking. On-street parking has an allowance that you can count if you're within a certain distance and you can walk to the building. Tree preservation, landscaping, and then there's an additional 5% that the director is allowed to modify.
And we can commit that we won't use on-street parking to satisfy any of our parking requirements. We will park our, I'm sorry? We're going to park our site within the boundaries of our legal description. So we won't be using on-street parking to satisfy any parking requirements. Now, a lot of discussion that you're going to hear is going to be about on-street parking. So it's worth noting, these are public streets. I live in a neighborhood, all of our homes have single-lane driveways. You know what happens when people come over? They park in the street. I've got 2 kids. I can tell you where they're going to park. It's not going to be in my garage, not going to be in my driveway. They're going to park on the street. That's what happens when you live in the core, street parking. Now, again, we're going to adhere to the code. We're going to meet the code as it relates to on-site parking, not utilizing street parking to satisfy those requirements.
And Sarah, did you want to tell me about open space?
Yes, one moment.
before we leave the topic of parking, because it sounds like this is a point we need to be very clear on.
I agree.
What additional language is necessary in these technical evaluations to ensure that street parking is not utilized? Because the code would allow you to utilize it, correct? Utilize street parking in the calculation, right? So then we need language that clarifies that that would not be the case.
What we could do is on TE number 1, just say parking per OKC municipal code, and then have, however, no on-street parking shall be used to satisfy parking requirements.
Okay. Does that work for you,
Yeah,
Commissioner
it
Powers?
does. I mean,
Okay.
that clarifies that particular issue, yes.
Okay.
Open space?
Open space.
Open space, the way it's being currently interpreted is that it counts all non-built spaces, including things like parking lots and driveways, as open space.
Okay. Yeah, we need to do something about that. But, I mean, I don't think anybody thinks of a parking lot as open space, but.
No.
Okay, thank you. There was one other thing I wanted to mention while I have it on my mind. There were two places at which I wanted it to be clear that the owner is providing maintenance for, and let me find it. On number 9 of the list of technical evaluations, number 9, to add the word "and maintain" to the second sentence of section 7, and that particular section 7 is the one on page 3, because there are two section 7s. So the one on page 3, where it says site-proof screening, I wanted it to read, site-proof screening shall not be required. A vegetative screen on the south and west of the tracks will be installed and maintained. And then in section 7, that's also on page 5, under maintenance, I wanted to make it clear that the owner shall provide for the perpetual maintenance of all landscaping, including the site-proof screening. Too often, somehow, since it's going to be a vegetative screening, I want to be clear that that is going to be maintained and not just installed.
That's fine.
I was sure it would be. So I would really like to hear, there are a good many people here, I think, who want to be heard. And then I do have some things I want to say about this application, but I'd like to hear first from them.
Excellent. As a reminder, I will call on everyone, and you have 5 minutes to address the commission. Again, we do ask, you've heard us have a pretty robust discussion about the parking and some of those other issues, so we do ask that you please try to minimize the repetitious comments about the issues, because you've heard us discussing many of those. But we'll begin with Eric Groves.
I'd like to welcome Mr. Groves back to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Been a while. It's good to see you.
Eric Groves, attorney, 4001 North Classam. I speak to you today as an advisory trustee to the Edgemere Board of Trustees. I bought my home in Edgemere in 1974. I was a city councilman for Ward 2 at the time, and thereafter we designated Edgemere and Crown Heights as HP districts. That's about a half a century ago. The people in those neighborhoods have invested their lives and their fortunes in these historic properties, and I'm one of them. Our concern about this project is that it is inconsistent with the HL known as Jefferson Park, and certainly inconsistent with the neighborhood north of it, which is Edgemere. This case has an unusual aspect, which is that they went to the HP Commission first for a review, and they will have to go back for a CA, of course. But that surprised me, because the HP Commission's in the business of granting CAs, not reviewing SPUDs. Reviewing SPUDs is within the jurisdiction of this commission. And so any suggestion the design of this SPUD is not relevant before this commission is wrong. In fact, design is everything in cases like this. I want to focus on the idea that SPUDs should not be used to avoid the strictures of other laws. That's what the ordinance says. And in this instance, the use of this SPUD would avoid requirements that would otherwise be imposed under the HL overlay. There's also a UCD, by the way, Urban Conservation District on this. The things that trouble me most, aside from the legalities of it, I don't want to overdo the parking thing, Commissioner. I know we've talked about it. But I drive that street on my way down to Cheevers, and people park on both sides of Hudson, south of 30th. When that occurs, only one car can get through. There have been 2 serious accidents at 30th and Hudson, both resulting in severe damage to the home of Jan and Terry Hooks. And one is a fatality. People drive too fast on Hudson. But when only one car can get through, that's a dangerous situation. So density and the number of units is relevant here. We can't have any more cars on the street on Hudson. It's just a public safety issue. It's just too dangerous. And I figure if you're going to have 20 units, most families have 2 cars, that's 40 cars. If those cars were to be on-site parking, that's one thing. But if they're, and I know that Mr. Box has said, well, we're not going to use on-site parking to meet parking requirements. Well, fine. But the reality is that if you have 40 more cars and you don't have on-site parking for those 40 more cars, they're going to wind up on Hudson and exacerbate an already dangerous situation. I think the way to resolve this is, if Mr. Box and his client were amenable to it, is we get our architect and they get their architect and we sit down and design something that's compatible. I've used to do that with David's father. We've designed around problems, because if you solve the parking problem and the other issues, it's a design issue. This is fundamentally incompatible. Jefferson Park holds itself out to be a community of bungalows. Well, this isn't bungalows, and it just doesn't fit, and it's offensive to Jefferson Park. But it can be made compatible, it can be made complementary if the design is right. And it can be done, and we would welcome the opportunity to give it a try. But the density is going to have to come down. If Mr. Box is stuck on 20 units, that's the deal buster. But we're willing to give it a try. We're going to need some time to do it. If this case has to be decided today, I've got to ask you to deny it. Unless we have some time to work things out, I think we're probably stalemated. One other thing Mr. Box said, he mentioned housing affordability and the housing affordability study that we have here in the city. I'm familiar with that study. We both are. And this is not affordable housing. Please don't consider that it is. These are not going to be inexpensive units.
And Mr. Groves, you are out of time, but I'll let you finish your
Yes.
thought, though, please.
Well, I think that's about it. I just want to emphasize that we continue to be willing to work with the developer to design something that will fit in with Jefferson Park and not be offensive to Edgemere. We're going to have some time to do it. We're going to have some cooperation, but the number of units has to come down. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Groves.
Yes.
Next, we have Bernest Kane. And please give us your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes to address the commission.
I know you folks are doing this out of public service, and I appreciate that. You have to come to these meetings and deal with a lot of things that are very complicated. And I feel like the planning people that I've known when I was in graduate school, I graduated many years ago, but all the planning people were the smartest people around. I liked them. I thought they were great people. But somehow or other, we have let the planning commission, past planning commissions, put up all kinds of stuff in our neighborhoods, and every one of you have districts where there are whole neighborhood apartment complexes that are completely empty, and they're causing trouble in the neighborhood. There's no reason to build more of these apartments. They're not doing anything good for the people that are in it. The owners sell it to California. We don't need a whole bunch of apartments stuck in the middle of a neighborhood. And I know you say it's not in my neighborhood, and that's that's the way we used to deal with that. But when I was in the state senate, I had an agreement. If the people in my district supported something, I would support it. But if they didn't, I'm not going to support something that's going against my people. And I'm telling you, all the people in our neighborhood are against this kind of deal. It's not, I don't know. I've heard the planning commission I've been told before in the past, don't go down to the planning commission because they've got, you have to have your attorney, you got to have special people. You can't just talk to people and deal with it. They say, oh, we got laws that we have to follow. Yeah, you got laws you have to follow. But you could do some work about changing them. But to take a neighborhood that is a pretty good neighborhood overall, both neighborhoods, and stick an apartment complex that is unsightly and just because the young man spent way too much money for the properties. Now, you guys know that. He spent way too much money for the properties, and the only way he's going to get his money back is to build these apartments and sell them to somebody down the way. If you can think of any apartments in your districts that the contractors have been here and sold you on the idea, but they kept the apartments and maintained them and kept them up, if you can tell me one, I'd like to know. I'm listening. What apartment complex have you got that they came in there and put them in, and they've maintained them and kept them going? Most of the time, sooner or later, they're selling them upstream. You know that. Every one of you know that. And this is just a crazy disgrace. Of course, Eric says, Bernest, you shouldn't be up there talking to them because you're going to turn them against you. I say, well, I don't care. I don't care if you are against me. This is the wrong thing to do. And that's the thing you ought to deal with. I don't know all the planning stuff. I'm not up on that. I've never come in front of a planning commission. Why in the world would I want to come in front of a planning commission? You hire lawyers to do all that. You hire in between, they go talk to the planning commission and they do all their deal. But no, there's people out there, real people, not contractors, not architects, not people who come down here every time there's a meeting. There's real people. And I know my discussion isn't helpful, but I want you to understand, planning commissions in the past in Oklahoma City have torn up neighborhoods. I represented down at Southwest 44th area. They put in a bunch of apartments down there. That whole neighborhood went. And it'll go here, I don't know. Maybe it won't go. But I know we need housing, but I'm like you, Chairman. Don't want those big apartment complexes in my district. Wouldn't want them in there for anything. I'd rather have some other kind of housing that people can come in and reconstruct and make them available. But no, these people tear them apart so bad sometimes, both, and they send it up to developers up in California, and before long, nobody's getting their sewer out of their apartments. No one's getting anything taken care of. And there's nothing that I can see that says you have to take care of your property. You want to sign this guy up, this developer, for 20 years? If he'll hold it for 20 years and you hold his feet to the fire on keeping it up, No, you're not going to do that. The planning commission will be different in 20 years. They're not going to hold them to the deal. They're going to say, this is owned by somebody upstairs, and we cannot do anything about it. We just can't help you with that sewer backup that you got. And I used to get tons of calls from all those people. And your councilmen do too. They get calls all the
Kane,
time from
Senator
these
Kane,
apartments.
you are out of time.
Thank you very much.
But thank you. Next, we have Jan Hook. Is Jan here? Yes.
I'm Jan Hook. I live at 3101 North Harvey Parkway in Edgemere Park. I have the single-family home that is directly to the north of the site. I just wanted to talk a minute about the history of the neighborhood. I don't know how much you know about it, but you know, like Jefferson Park, we're one of Oklahoma City's historic districts. And while these neighborhoods are thriving now, they weren't always. So we were platted in 1926. We're about to celebrate our 100th birthday. And, you know, most of the neighborhood was built out over the next 2 decades. And a very interesting fact, I think, for the Planning Commission is that we were the first planned unit development west of the Mississippi. It's a great neighborhood, but it went through some very dark days. You know, when everyone started moving out of the center of the city back in the early 60s, you know, houses were neglected, run down, abandoned, as many businesses and commercial areas also closed. About the same time, 1963, the construction of Broadway Extension started. And they started, of course, if any of you remember, that the construction started from 36th Street and went north. So somehow they thought it was a good idea from 36th Street down to downtown that they run all the traffic through Robinson, which is just, you know, bisects our neighborhood. So for many years, it was a thoroughfare down Robinson. Ultimately, we lost many homes and apartments, and it was almost the demise of the neighborhood. And Edgemere Park had to sue the Department of Transportation to force them to put in a sound wall between the highway and the neighborhood. But in the early 70s, we had a group of neighbors that were determined to take back the neighborhood, and they believed historic preservation was the way to do that. So in 1977, we were the 3rd neighborhood to receive designation as a historic district. And in 1980, we were placed on the National Register of Historic Places. So that has resulted in preserving the character of the homes in the neighborhood. And it's a very desirable place to live now, but it's taken a couple of decades. So I, you know, could give you that because all the residents are working hard to keep this a very livable city and to preserve the character, because each of the historic districts has a unique character, and they do reflect the early history of Oklahoma City, and we think that's worth keeping. So I know many people consider us elitist, but we care deeply about the history in the neighborhood. These neighborhoods are the early history of Oklahoma City, and we think they're worth preserving. So I guess, you know, I would agree with Mr. Groves. I mean, the massing of this proposed development, you know, it's nothing like what we have anywhere in these 2 neighborhoods. Certainly, this concentration of these large imposing buildings is not compatible. And I know the city wants more density, but, you know, there's any number of documents that support our position. And the ordinance itself, the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the guidelines that we willingly comply with, we think the developer should be made to comply with these also. And, you know, just so you don't write me off as a not in my backyard person, since this is across the street from me, my own house is infill. I lived in an old house in Edgemere Park for 11 years, and then we built this house on a vacant lot, had never been built on. So we are very much in favor of infill development and this lot being developed. You know, vacant lots are not assets to neighborhoods. So we really want to see development, but we want to see it done the right way. We want them to comply with all the guidelines that the residents have been complying with for 50 years. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hook. Next, we have Lindsay and Peaver. Sure. David Bingham. And you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you, David Bingham, 322 Northwest 27th. I'm also the president of Jefferson Park Neighbors, the homeowners association for Jefferson Park. Super appreciate your patience. I know you've heard from a number of people already, so I won't be redundant. I'll try my best not to be. I just want to give you a super quick recap of Jefferson Park Neighbors in the neighborhood. So my wife and I were actually attracted to Jefferson Park a little over 16 years ago because JP&A was building new historic homes, matching homes inside, doing infill, and also restoring rundown bungalows that were in the neighborhood. So since that's what attracted us, JP&A's built or restored 30 plus homes since that time. The neighborhood, individual lots have gotten too expensive, right, to do that in our own neighborhood anymore. So JP&A has gone outside of the neighborhood and continued building affordable housing that we thought was super compatible. We took what used to have 2 structures on it and turned it into a 6 home. So it was fee simple, so each person got to buy the home. Development at Classen and 29th Street. And we've built many houses in other neighborhoods throughout the city, trying to provide affordable housing. These are sold to people that are meet 80% of the median income number, so it's not, you have to actually make less than a certain amount to be able to buy one of these houses, right? So they're definitely attempted to be affordable. That's the history I wanted to give you. When Pam and I moved to the neighborhood, it was not what it is today. There were a lot of homes, well, nobody was jogging anytime, much less at night. So 5, 6, 7 years after we moved in, you started seeing that sort of activity returning to the streets and problem houses being dealt with and a lot of restoration happening too. So every one of those houses we built, we met the HP guidelines if it was in an HP neighborhood. Even if it wasn't, we met with the Classen 29, we met with the homeowners in the area. They don't have a formal homeowners association, but we met with them and said, this is what we have in mind. Is this gonna fit? They said, great, we'd love for you to tear down that blue monster that had no redeeming value left in it that they'd been looking at that was boarded up for years. So again, just a little bit of history on where we come from. In our neighborhood, my sister wasn't willing to move in our neighborhood 16 years ago when we did. She felt we were too much pioneers, but after we'd been there for a while and she liked the walkable part of our neighborhood and you could go to have dinner and you could entertainment on 23rd, she bought a lot next door to my house. She wanted a 2-story lot I'm not sure she was downsizing really, but anyway, she went through the process, built a two-story house, and here's the key part right here. The plans were for a 29-foot tall house with the standard pitch. I can't remember what the number is, but it was compatible. They were not allowed to build that house. They had to bring that house down to 28 feet. Now, on one side of that house was a two-story house. The other side was a bungalow. So they had to bring the house down to 28. That's what they were allowed to build, so that it was compatible with the adjacent properties. This illustration, I get it, that this isn't exactly what they're talking about now. They've brought it down by 5 feet. But I hope you can notice to the right, bungalow, 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 bungalow. Around the corner on Hudson, bungalow, 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 bungalow. So we're talking about building a 35-foot set of buildings next to bungalows. Fair enough, across the street is a multifamily building, fair enough. But all the adjacent properties are not that, so wow. My sister was told you gotta shorten your two-story house because it's next to another two-story and a one-story so that it's compatible with the neighborhood. And here we're saying, if the SPUD is approved with the height restrictions, HP is gonna have no choice but to accept that, right? They can't come back and say, oh yeah, no, we're gonna make it, you have to do 25. Whatever you put the SPUD through for is what they're gonna be able to build. I don't think it's appropriate to have 35-foot structures next to one-story bungalows. It just doesn't look appropriate. A lot of the other stuff that's talked about, the parking, first off, I agree with a lot of other people that have spoken that might speak that the twin units is really just too much for that amount of space. But I'm also concerned about meeting the parking requirements if they're able to create bike and scooter parking and drop it down to 25% of what's required. Now we're talking about not 1.5 for a one-bedroom and 2 for a 2 or bigger. Now we're talking about 25% less than that. Yeah, they're not going to be able to if they get the approval to do that, they're not going to be able to fit just the residents. It just happens. One-bedroom apartments, sometimes, not every time, but sometimes couples move in. That's 2 cars. It's just how it works. Even if, so I don't think they're going to be able to fit their own parking needs. And that's not speaking at all about guests. These are going to be awesome, beautiful, brand new apartments. People are going to want to come over and watch games and do stuff. That parking's going to fall to what's already loaded up on the streets. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. If you've got them for us, you can call me back up. I'd be glad to do that, but I'll stop there since I'm probably really close to my 5 minutes. So.
How much does he have left? I think you got just a little time. I am curious, does it matter to you that if this was zoned for duplexes and duplexes were built,
Right.
does the fact that if they took up this exact same amount of space and had this same presence, because I definitely understand the height difference and how that would be impactful. I guess I'm just wondering, does it matter that it's apartments versus duplexes? Does it matter if it's a church instead of a,
Well,
does that have any impact on it for you?
I know these couldn't really be made as condos, probably, I mean, maybe they could, but I mean, I personally would love to see more home ownership than just rentals, but hey, there's a need for rental units too. I get that. I've got some of my own rental units, so I can't say that that's not a fair use. We love having neighbors of, some own, some rent. I love it. It's great. So that said, if there were duplexes, there'd probably be 3 of them, one for each 50-foot lot, and then maybe an accessory dwelling unit in the back, which would be okay with me too. I'm fine with that kind of thing. It's unlikely you're going to need as many parking spaces, I think, for 3 duplexes, six different properties, than you would for 20 apartment units, though. It just feels like sometimes that second bedroom's going to get used as an office. Sometimes they've got kids, and the kids aren't driving yet. So I don't think it's quite apples to apples. So if they said, we'll just build duplexes, I'd be all in on that one, just because it would be a more compatible use here. But
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next we have William. I'm going to assume that's White. Okay. And please give us your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon. 416, 418 Northwest 30th, living at 3200 North Harvey Parkway, William White. I'm an architect, an engineer, a contractor, so I already have 3 strikes against me. A FEMA engineer that worked with Mr. Meek a long time ago. I think I have the negotiation of Mr. Groves filled with the passion of Mr. Kane. I've heard the T's, I've heard all the variables. I think this is an excellent case to be continued so that we can have them written down, have the neighborhood evaluate them, and be able to discuss them. We've changed a lot of things in the last 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Mr. Box changed a lot of items. I put that out there as a neighbor who, like Mr. Groves, thinks there's an opportunity to discuss this and understand exactly what Mr. Box has presented. I think that's where we should start. Secondly, just because of my history, I wrote a letter to Janice about a couple of issues, one being the overhead transmission lines. I have had the opportunity to work with Oklahoma City Fire. I also understand fighting a fire. Remember, my remarks were on a 40-foot structure with a 5-foot setback. The transmission lines become an obstacle. They're an obstacle for the prevention and hazard of a ladder truck. Absolutely. 40-foot structure, 20-foot marginal distance for spray. The lines are at 65 feet. Work order for OG&E, they told me the connection point was 65. My company did the survey. The lower level in that was at 62.9 feet. The connection's at 64.9 feet. It really becomes a hazard for our first responders. Secondly, the OSHA 1926, my contractor side, the proper distance from an overhead power line of this voltage is at minimum 20 feet. So this structure becomes, if our Oklahoma City employees are going to follow OSHA, unobtainably not available to a fire truck. Now, I also understand there's a provision that a 30-foot eave is available, can be given on a site plan and approved by the fire if ladder access isn't available. So if we're going to look at that, then let's go ahead and set the maximum eave height of this structure at 30 feet. If we're going to use that exception and that application where we can't use the ladder trucks from our fire department and put them in danger, let's be sure we have a structure that they can defend, protect, and serve the occupants. Also, the final thing is, and I do consulting overseas, long-term exposure to non-ionizing radiation. I know that sounds something you haven't heard here probably before, but this site is unique with the overhead transmission lines. So there is a committee, NIR, recommends, and this is pretty much an EU, European countries, claim that there is an exposure to non-ionizing radiation, meaning the occupants need to be a certain distance away from transmission lines to protect constant and continuing exposure from this radiation. Those distance recommended by the National ICN IRP is 50 meters. That's 164 feet. We do a lot of design consulting overseas where we have to maintain that distance from an overhead power line. We don't have one, we have 3. Those exposure distance on the original plat are between 60 and 100 feet. The United States, I understand, is fight back getting a lot of information utilities are fighting back against this, but the reality is there is exposure and it's present. In my letter of opposition, I understand the need that for multiple units. I feel like I could go with the R4 of 16 units. Some of the neighborhoods want 12, but I think the best thing for all the information that's being discussed today is to continue it so we can understand what we're really talking about and what those items are that we're going to negotiate on, or what they're going to ask you to approve today. Because I don't understand them all, and I sort of know what's going on.
Well, thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kelsey Chilcote. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Kelsey Chilcote, 2718 North Hudson Avenue. I'm a homeowner on Hudson at 27th and Hudson. I purchased my home in 2020, and since that time, I have become one of the people you've heard about that has invested in this home and in this area. The home was 100 years old when I bought it. I have painted it since I bought it. It's getting a new roof this year. I put a gate across the driveway in compliance with the historic preservation. And I redid the kitchen after I moved in. And I bought this house in a bungalow community, assuming that that was where I was going to be living for the next foreseeable time of my life. And so it's frustrating and concerning to see a project like this proposed so close. And I know you all have heard a lot about parking, but parking is my main concern, and so if I don't talk about that, I don't have much to talk about, but I'll make it quick. I'm most concerned about parking with regard to the safety aspect. I am a single mom. I have a 5-year-old daughter who I'm trying to teach how to ride a bike. We do that on the streets. That's how I want her to learn to ride a bike. I'm not going to teach her how to ride a bike primarily on sidewalks. That's not allowed. So while we do go to the parks and practice on sidewalks from time to time, I am trying to teach her bicycle street safety. And I have lived in this house several years now and know what it's like on Hudson when there are cars parked on both sides of the roads, because once a year we have the Paseo Arts Festival, and my house is very close to the Paseo, and so we know firsthand what it's like. And if that is our year-round reality, that's very unsafe. That's very unsafe for me and my daughter when we're trying to go to 30th Street Market on Saturday mornings, when we're trying to ride up to Edgemere Park to enjoy that lovely park, or either of the other parks near us. If there isn't enough parking for these folks that are going to live in whatever development ends up on this corner, those cars end up on my street. They end up in front of my house. They end up blocking the street and my way to get where I go every day. And so I'd like for you all to think about the feelings that you would have if a project like this was proposed, one block down from your house where you live, in a very walkable, very outdoor-oriented community. My neighbors and I are out on the streets and the sidewalks constantly all the time. You heard our neighborhood association president, David, talk about that a little bit. I've never been to one of these meetings before. I'm not somebody who shows up to these all of the time. I'm here because it's my understanding you guys want to hear from people like me that don't do this very often, that don't know how to do this. I'm not the president of anything. I don't own any rental homes in my neighborhood. It's just mine. Mine's the one that I care about, and I hope you guys care about it enough to hold that in your mind when you're making your decisions today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good for you.
Next, we have Lindsay Peaver.
Hi, Lindsay Peaver, 225 Northwest 33rd Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of Edgemere Park as the president and sort of our collective neighborhoods, Jefferson and Edgemere together. And I just want to say thank you so much for all of your service and for being here and listening to us for, the past hour or so. I also want to ask anyone who is here for this item to stand, just so you can see how many residents are involved and have spent a number of hours in the last 2 weeks. Thank you. So I think what you're seeing with this level of intensity of opposition stems from residual issues at HP because that body did not vote for strict adherence to its guidelines. I'm not sure why that is, but it is of grave concern for people like me and my neighbors who have strictly adhered to HP guidelines, especially because that is the expectation and the requirement when you buy property in these areas, where one would expect a level of compromises here at the Planning Commission, not at the HP Commission. So I just want to address the fact that, you know, you are hearing a lot of things that, you know, sound more like HP concerns. I know the city wants to bring more people to the core, but I do think sometimes people forget that some of us have made a lot of sacrifices to make the core a place that a reasonable person would find appealing. Some of us have endured theft, burglary, aging infrastructure, and the inconvenience that entails, and we've paid for improvements, both essential and aesthetic. We've built communities, and we've maintained the institution of being a good neighbor. We assist with the upkeep of city-owned parks, both financially and with our manual labor. We love these neighborhoods, and we recognize that others do too. And I do want to sincerely thank the developers for the meeting we had 2 days ago. It was very productive, but we need more time. The concessions they've made are appreciated, and they are getting to be more in line with the HP guidelines and development in this area. But the devil is in the details, and we still are without so many. So we need time to iron those out. As I told Mr. Box and the development team, I believe we are close, and that with a bit more time, we could get to a position where we would not oppose this project. I have requested the applicant consider a continuance to work out those unknown details. Some of them we just, you know, learned definitions a few minutes ago. The comprehensive plan states there should be no more than 19 units. R4 zoning, which the SPUD borrows from, states there should be no more than 16 units. So by definition, there are still too many units for this area. A SPUD should utilize, and I quote, area-sensitive site planning and design to achieve a desirable mixture of compatible land use patterns. It should minimize adverse effects upon surrounding property and should not be used to circumvent policies. There are words in the ordinance like enhanced, harmonious, compatible, and usable open space. We just learned that usable open space includes parking spaces. I don't think that's usable open space, and that's a good example of where we still have details that are unknown, and once the SPUD is approved, there's a lot less wiggle room, especially given how HP voted to stay close to those HP guidelines. The density equates to parking and traffic nightmares. It doesn't have to. If they would consider a few less units, that would mean a few less cars, plain and simple. The accidents in this area, particularly on this corner, and the high speeds at which people drive down 30th is a major concern that this development will only exacerbate. I think the changes the applicant has made have most people more comfortable. What I am asking is that you not allow exceptions to R4 in an area that is almost exclusively R2 and an HP area. The massing of the buildings and the number of units remain a very rational concern that we feel confident we could work through given a bit more time. Please help us accomplish this goal by encouraging the applicant to continue the item. There were 2 items that you all just covered before while I sat here that I took note of. SPUD 1585. This was a revisit in which density was altered downward. Also, there was a site plan with parking, landscape, building site, mock-ups, all of that laid out. Can we get that? This isn't even an HP district, and those changes were made by you all. All of this makes our ask seem even more reasonable. I'm an attorney, and so until I can see track changes, I just can't be comfortable with what might ultimately be in the SPUD. The one other item I wanted to point out is SPUD 1589, which was continued today as a result of your vote to lower the heights due to the surrounding houses, which is exactly what we're concerned about here. We love the idea of the charrette. I think it's fantastic that they agreed to that. But again, what does a charrette mean to them? It might mean something different to us. Is it just simply a venting session where they'll take our thoughts into account and then move forward? Or will some real compromise happen as a result of that? So I ask that either the units are, we go down a bit on units, or to make it even easier on you all, just help us get a continuance so that we can work out all these details. Happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Peaver. I think it would be helpful in this discussion to clarify, and I'll turn to our municipal counselor, clarify where Historic Preservation's authority begins with regard to design. Because I think that there's an understanding that I have as a planning commissioner, and it sounds like our neighbors have a different understanding, and I think we just need to clarify where our authority begins and what review the HP Commission will have after.
The HP Commission will be looking at their own guidelines on their design and stuff. Now, with a SPUD, you do have some leeway as far as height and different things like that.
Leeway for us to determine.
Right, on height and
Okay.
other things. They're zoning out of the HP.
No,
is what I'm-
no, no,
I mean,
we
you're still
retain-
going to have, but it's a SPUD is its own zoning. They may have some things that are also, they have to go to get, like CAs and things like that, but it's not HP.
So I guess there are a few, let me ask, let me be more specific. I think that that as I'm listening to our neighbors, the issues are around, I'm assuming that HP's regulations will be in control as far as the facade and the look of the building itself. Is that reasonable? A reasonable assumption?
They will have to get a CA
For that?
for that, unless it's something specifically that you've put in the SPUD.
Okay, so when we're talking about our authority as the planning commission, we're talking about the setback, we're talking about the height of the building, we're talking about the site configuration.
Well, you can use materials as well in your SPUD,
Okay.
but
so-
if it was specifically put in here.
Now, and they would supersede that of the HP commission?
Right.
Okay,
But this SPUD is saying that you're going to go back to the HP Commission to get a CA for the design of this, because they don't have a specific
gotcha.
design.
So the facade, again, that would have to go through HP?
Right, the design of it, yes, I don't know what.
Okay, just want to make sure we're all having the same conversation.
And their facade regulations specifically refer to the historic overlay compliance.
But that's not our
in that certificate of
determination
approval.
today.
Right, they will comply with that.
Okay, so we're really talking about height, parking, site layout, setbacks, right?
Whatever else is in here, signage.
Just wanting to make sure the issues are clear. Okay, do you want to say something before we discuss?
Yeah, I'd like to respond.
And density, of course.
So let me point you quickly on page 2 of the SPUD. What we say is that the site will be developed in accordance with the regulations of the R4 General Residential District, the Jefferson Park Urban Design District, and the HL Historic Landmark District. We've also agreed to adhere to the HP guidelines. So that means when it relates to all the other things design-related, HP guidelines are going to have to be adhered to. Several comments said, we think they should have to adhere to them. We've committed to adhering to those. Again, as it relates to height, we've lowered it, but when it was at 40 feet, significant discussion by HP about 40 feet being appropriate height at this location. So 40 feet, 3 stories, we're now down to 35 feet, 2.5 stories as a maximum. Again, final design hasn't happened yet. So real briefly on the electrical lines, we've already been in contact with OG&E. We've got emails back and forth with them. They are absolutely comfortable with the separation that we have from the center line of the transmission line to the front of our building. In another life, I'm a lawyer that represents a transmission or electrical utility company statewide on all their high voltage transmission lines. Companies place their high voltage transmission lines in easements. The easements are the width that they believe are necessary to meet safety regulations. Companies don't have the ability to control things outside of that. But even with that said, we went ahead and reached out, asked them what they're comfortable with. We are actually in excess of what they said they're comfortable with being away from the center line, given what we have asked to now modify the setback to. So in terms of parking, we're happy to specify a number. It would be 31. We think that's overparked. We have 20 units, 16 of them will be single bedroom, but we can also specify that 31 parking spaces shall be required. We actually think that is in excess of the code, but if that gives comfort, we're happy to do that. We've been in communication with Lindsay, emailing back and forth. She certainly has all of these. I've included Ms. Powers on all those email correspondence. As you know, the common practice is votes happen here, approvals subject to TEs. That's when we go and modify the SPUD to match what the vote was here. But in terms of what the conditions are that we are willing to accept, they have those, and we've given them to them. We think 20 is the number. Given the limitation on how we're going to define dwelling unit, HP recommended approval, the commission then recommended approval, your staff report recommends approval with 1 TE. We have now imposed 14 additional technical evaluations on us, and we have to go design this thing. And we will be having plenty of opportunities to meet with the neighbors and have to meet the strict and stringent requirements that the HP Commission has. So we would ask for your approval. Thank you.
You want to respond to the continuance?
We have 6 weeks between now and City Council. I don't know that there's anything more to gain. We're down to a singular issue, from what I can gather. And if you've looked at the correspondence between us and the neighbors, density is the issue. We think parking is more than satisfied. All of these other things go to the design, the commitment to the charrette, and the fact that it doesn't end here. This is really the infancy of this project. This will be a year-long process, likely, of going through HP Commission. So I don't know that there's anything gained by a 2-week continuance, given the amount of effort that my client has come down on over the last 2 weeks.
Thank you. Commissioner Powers.
Again, I really appreciate the amount of effort that's gone into this process on all sides. And I want to be sure that, you know, credit is given where credit is due on that. However, you know, the list of 14, which may or may not now have grown to 15 technical evaluations, you know, that was in my hands this morning at 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock. And I'm just me. I don't have a whole neighborhood full of people I'm trying to communicate with in terms of disseminating that information, getting some feedback, you know, is this acceptable? Are we close or are we not? I do think, and I did ask, I think this item needs to be continued, but I'll be more than happy to give you a whole bunch of other thoughts I have about it if you'd like to hear them.
Yeah, I think we should hear those.
So yesterday evening, I spent, you know, maybe almost a couple of hours driving around Jefferson Park till it got too dark to see. And although I thought I was very familiar with the neighborhood, I was surprised by some of the things that I saw and the patterns that I was trying to identify. This is we're all interested in seeing more density in the core. I mean, Jefferson Park is the poster child for density in the core. They have everything from duplexes, of which there are an amazing number, to, you know, 4plexes, 8plexes, and they are cheek by jowl to single-family homes and to, you know, single-family or single-story structures that are duplexes. But there are lots of 4plexes. There are some 8plexes. There are very, very few multifamily developments that are higher density than that, and certainly not on 3 lots. I was telling Chairman Pennington about the Brentwood Arms, which is actually a series of fourplexes that are kind of separated by, but sort of also joined by these brick archways, but it takes up a whole block. It's not, it's not squeezed down to three lots. And almost nowhere are the fourplexes next to other fourplexes. They go fourplex, single-family home or duplex. There may be several duplexes in a row. But it is really scattered and broadly dispersed throughout the area. And I think that gives the area a really unique feel. And one of the ways in which, even though it is pretty dense, because it is more than single-family residential, it is nonetheless very walkable, still very pedestrian feeling, still very neighborhood feeling. The only place really that you see larger multifamily, like fourplexes or even eightplexes, or maybe there are a few that are 12s, is on the east side of Robinson, where they are accessing, a much busier street, and they are closer to 23rd Street. The idea of this being a place where not very many people are going to have cars that live there, it kind of stretches my imagination a bit. The closest transit stop to this piece of property is on 23rd Street or Classen Boulevard, and that's a pretty good hike in the Oklahoma wind, rain, or snow. So I don't know how many people are going to be living at this place without a car. And I just feel like, again, I give the developer a lot of credit here. I think he does appreciate the neighborhood. I think he wants to become part of the neighborhood, but I don't think that this design is quite there. I think it is too dense for where it's sitting. I think it just needs to be multifamily, yes, maybe designed differently. I'm not into that because that's not what I do. I don't know anything about design. But if it were 3 fourplexes right next to each other, and that's not something you see in Jeff Park, 3 fourplexes next to each other. But if it were, it would still only be 16 units or 12 units. And if it had, if each one of those had a garage apartment out back, it would only be 15 units. So, I just think this is too dense for where it is. I think in our struggle to get more density, I don't think that we can afford to disregard the context of the area. I can attest to the difficulty of driving the narrow streets where people are parked on both sides. And I totally understand that people are entitled to park on public streets. I'm not arguing that for a minute. But it is also a reality in these older neighborhoods that have fairly narrow streets to start with, that if there is parking on the street, it makes it more difficult. There were many, many times when I had to pull over and wait for somebody to pass me because you've only got one lane to drive. And I just don't think that it helps a family atmosphere or a residential community atmosphere, certainly not a pedestrian atmosphere, for there to be that much difficulty with traffic. So I think, again, there are a lot of very specific details that I could speak to, different things that people said here today. But I'm not at all interested in trying to make anybody look like a bad guy here. I think the developer, his heart's in the right place. I think if we have more time, we can get there.
So you're saying move the density down there's still more to discuss as far as the site layout, it sounds like I'm hearing you say.
Perhaps. I mean, that's the thing. The things about parking and open space and all of that, that's all tied up with density. If you have a higher density, you need more parking. That leaves you less open space on 3 lots. You've only got 3 lots. You can't, move that out. So, I mean, I think there's balances there that have to be achieved, and with a little bit more effort, I think we can get there. Maybe I'm wrong, but I certainly am willing to give it my best shot.
So you're saying take a continuance, think about lowering the density, talk about site layout and the open space requirement.
And I do want to be really clear about who gets to decide what between us and HP about
That was
things.
what I was trying to address.
If we tell them, oh, yes, you can have 35 feet, there's no chance that HP is going to say, oh, well, okay, then it's got to be 20. No, it's going to be what we decide. If we send it back there in the SPUD, that's going to become the guideline. So I want to be careful about what we put our stamp of approval on here before it goes back to HP for their input.
Right. Other thoughts, commissioners?
I've got just a few. I don't think it'll take long. Whether we move forward with the continuance or not, if we do, this is just a message for both the neighbors and the applicant. Or I'd be struggling with the vote otherwise. For the neighbors that have been against it, the main thing I haven't heard much talk about is the fact that this used to be a church. So first, it is a corner lot, which helps me get on board. The HP was unanimous, that helps me. And then it was a church. This isn't just somebody went and found a couple of houses and tore them down, and now they want to really maximize the density. This neighborhood had a church. I assume there was church services, there was evening events, there was activities. So you had traffic, you had parking issues, you had, kids riding bikes near where at certain times of the day, there was a lot of activity there. So we're putting something pretty intense on something that was previously somewhat intense. Now, my main hesitation though, the other direction though for the applicant is 20 units is still a lot. I'll say, Commissioner Powers knows this neighborhood better than I do, and it may be too dense. A conversation I had earlier, somebody I thought told me they thought this was about an acre, but I'm looking closer, it's a half acre, right? 20 units, half acre, 40 units per acre. That math is a lot. I don't know that density is, that seems like it can be a problem. 40, I don't remember. Good point about the one earlier today, we had somebody shrink down, they were at 6 units per acre, 6 units on this little bitty quarter acre. It was 24 units per acre when they came in here. That was too much, and they lowered it below 24 units an acre. So 40 units an acre is a lot.
Other thoughts, commissioners? I think it's a good point about the existence of the church before, which is why I asked the question that I did before. You've already had a chance to speak. Do you want to, because we can't have everyone coming back and forth while we're having this discussion. I'll give you 30 seconds quickly.
Okay, I just wanted to address his question about the church. I've been here for 13 years and it was abandoned at that time. And so there aren't a whole lot of people left in the neighborhood that experience anything other than an abandoned building that was on fire a lot.
Thank you. And just for our neighbors, no ma'am. No, ma'am. We have given everyone an opportunity to speak and gave everyone an opportunity to fill out the form to address the commission. At this point, this is our opportunity to decide what we're going to do today on this application. Other thoughts, commissioners?
I'll just have a thought on the dwelling units. The typical dwelling unit is the building. It's not the bedroom. And so obviously you can have multiple bedrooms per dwelling unit. This being a bunch of single bedroom makes me think that in an R4 it does meet the standard at 40 units. But I just feel better about it being the single units.
Versus
bedrooms.
being some
Yeah.
flex with multiple rooms or, yeah.
And even as we get to a quadplex with 3 bedrooms, then you just do the math to me.
I think that I feel like the parking issue has been addressed. They're going to meet the parking standards, they've said. So if they can meet the standards at 20 units,
then there's not really anything to discuss with parking,
Well,
particularly with the assurance that they're
25%
not.
issue, but that's also addressed by saying that the street parking would
Right,
count.
that's what I was going to say. So that's just not an issue for me, but I could go into thoughts on neighborhoods and neighborhood design and street parking, and, I think it's really been covered, so I'm not going to rehash all that, but I don't feel that that is a valid argument against the residential development. I understand density and the discussion about density. I feel that that's where we are, but I'm just not hearing the parking. I'll just leave it at that.
I'll say that as a resident of a historic neighborhood in Lincoln Terrace, that I also live in a 100-year-old house in a neighborhood that has seen more recent revitalization. I'm also in a neighborhood that's surrounded by apartment complexes, duplexes, quadplexes, all of those things intermixed throughout. So I certainly understand wanting to have something that's compatible. Whenever I'm reviewing cases like this, I always go, well, if I just did the base zoning, what would I get? And then let me compare. And it sounds like what I'm hearing based on this is I could do it, I could have 3 duplexes and I could have accessory dwelling units in the back of all 3 of my duplexes, which to me sounds like the density is gonna get darn close, if not there, at 20 units. And so I'm having a hard time understanding why we shouldn't approve this that's more condensed in this space. Looks like it's taking up about as much space as the church itself. The height has been brought down. The setbacks are completely compatible with the nearby residences. So I'm having a hard time with that. At the same time, I do, and Commissioner Powers, to your, we've served together for it'll be 6 years in September for me. But I agree with you that more conversations are a good thing, and I also agree with you that a lot of great progress has been made so far. So I'm on the fence, and I think that's why I wanted to be clear about where HP had authority and where they didn't. Because, as far as the use being appropriate, I'm there. As far as the space that they're wanting to occupy, I think it's better than if we made it 3 duplexes. I think it's better. I think it addresses the parking better that way. I think we can arrive at a better conclusion that way. So I guess I'm just wondering, I guess I may be leaning more towards the continuance because it sounds like we're close. But but on the density question, I just have to respectfully disagree. I just don't know that this is so far different than what would be there if we just went with R2. But I'm curious to hear where everyone else is.
Since I also talked about it, the math there, the duplexes with accessory, is that not 3 lots times 2 is 6 plus an accessory dwelling unit for each is 9? That's 9, right, instead of 20? 20 is a lot more than 9 to me. If we were close, but am I missing something with what you're saying about the
But it depends,
duplexes
but if
and
you're
the
talking
dwelling
about the
units?
bedroom count,
I'm not talking about bedroom count, I said
Yeah,
earlier, because
but
to me,
there-
then you gotta start talking about how many people per bed, how big are the people, how big are cars they drive. I can't go to bedrooms.
But that's a similar discussion here, especially since we've limited so many of these units to only 1 bedroom, which is going to impact.
Which
the
I was
density.
concerned with
Yeah.
us getting down into bedrooms. Does a bedroom have closets or not? Because sometimes a bedroom without a closet's not really a bedroom. I can't get into bedrooms. To me, it's how many different units are we allowing people to rent here? I can count those, and to me, it's 20. And what you're saying on duplexes plus an accessory dwelling unit is 9. That's to me where a general standard of all these other cases we have heard in prior weeks, we've been talking about dwelling units, and hey, if we shouldn't be talking about dwelling units, somebody tell me. Start talking about beds and whether they're king size or twins. I don't want to go that direction.
I'm trying to get as close to what reality will be as possible. And if you're talking about building duplexes that each have 2 or 3 bedrooms, and then you're talking about accessory dwelling units and the people who live in that, and then the limitations that you'll have when you build those buildings separately, I think that we can get to something better with something more like this than you would with that conclusion. And that's my concern, is I think we can get to a better product this way than that way. But I think I'm just on the fence about whether we should just continue it and have further discussion, because great progress has been made. The neighbors have been totally reasonable, in my opinion, with what they've been asking, with the concerns that they have, with the conversation that we've had. So, Commissioner Meek?
I agree that the bedroom deal is a slippery slope at 29 years in public safety, and the bedroom has nothing to do with how many people are going to be in a unit. I believe that that there's been a lot put on the neighbors. I believe a continuance is in order.
Is that where most of us are?
Well,
at
the
this
only thing
point?
I wanted to add on that, though, is the parking counts are derived from bed counts. So we can't separate those two issues in the code. When you submit for a permit, it's like.
Is that right? It's per
It
bedroom?
is tied on
It's
the
per
bedrooms.
bedroom.
1.5 per bed.
Per bed or bedroom? You can have 3 beds in a bedroom.
Right?
I can have bunk beds, I can have trundles.
One bedroom.
Yes.
Right.
2 for a 2-bedroom.
Okay.
Or
So-
more.
Per bedroom.
But it is
Per
tied to
bedroom. Okay.
slightly, so.
No, you're right. If our parking's tied to bedrooms, then we gotta start counting bedrooms.
But the thing that I would add, though, to that on parking itself is, if we're talking about, I understand the debate on density and duplexes, and everyone wants to design the project, but the fact is they've submitted an apartment project, not a duplex project, and I don't know that they're going to sign on someone else's architect to help them redesign their project. That's up to them. But duplexes, we saw one today where we talked about, is it 2 12-foot wide driveways or 1 24-foot wide? We're going to end up with more paving to park duplex developments than we would by putting all those cars together in the most consolidated paved area as possible, which I believe would allow more open space, more green space on the site. So that consolidating all that parking, to me, is a better development, which lends to apartments over duplexes.
You know, I'm kind of agree with Dan on the parking. It's not an issue for me. I mean, basically, they're going to conform to what the city's minimums are. We're not here in the business to require them to have above that. And I think the parking's resolved. Apparently OG&E's happy. Apparently the fire department's happy. I think you guys are really close to getting to where you need to be. I think you just need to sit down and have some more discussions. And David, I know you want to move forward with this, but it's a new item. And, you know, I think give it a continuance, give a couple of weeks and fine tune things and work it out and come to an agreement.
I also want to say that, and I know, getting at this parking issue, and I'll leave it. I love Paseo. I think it's a wonderful place. I go all the time. I love Jefferson Park. I love Edgemere. I think they're beautiful houses. I think they're wonderful neighborhoods. I have friends who live in both. And so I am sensitive to the comment about the parking, because it is a nightmare to go on a crowded day. And I have had to take my family and stroller and all of that, walking down and having to dodge cars trying to get to a sidewalk. So I am sensitive to that issue, trust me. So I do want to see us resolve this in a way, and that's again getting at my concern about just doing duplexes. Like, I'm afraid that's a worse outcome in this instance on that issue than it would be if we did it in a more condensed way. So I'm sorry, I just needed to make that point, because I do care about this neighborhood and want us to resolve this in a good way that's mutually agreeable for the neighbors. So it sounds like we should probably vote on the continuance first and see if we have a majority for that. You want to say anything to that? Or do you want us to vote no?
If it is going to be continued, February 8th is the date that we would need. I'll be out of town in 2 weeks. So in terms of continuance, I guess one of the issues we have is we've moved from 27 to 20. And on a project this small, just candidly, there's not a whole lot of room left. And this idea that they're unaware of these, a lot of these 15 are agreeing to things that either Commissioner Powers has asked us to agree to or the neighbors have asked us to agree to. So they were their ideas. So I think it is just down to the density, and just candidly, I guess we're happy to have the conversation, but 20 is where we're at. And I respect that you don't want to get in the weeds every time we have any sort of zoning case, but that's how the code addresses it in terms of parking. And 20 units, just as 20 dwelling units, is a vastly different project from a intensity standpoint compared to 16 one-bedroom units and 4 perhaps two-bedroom units.
Real quickly, yeah, no, I acknowledged if our parking's based on bedrooms, that's fine. I heard earlier today, though, something about our plan saying 15 to 30 units per acre. Was that right? It was one of the applicants that said that.
Referring to the, excuse me, the density allowed or encouraged by the comp plan? Excuse me, yeah, this is at 40, which is the upper end of,
Somebody said earlier our plan is 15 to 30. Is that right?
That may have been R2.
yeah, it may have been referring to the zoning.
R2. 70? Okay. Anyway, the reason we can do it because of parking, we'll talk about bedrooms, I more meant the dwelling units per acre that was getting high and.
And I appreciate that. But again, if we said, okay, we'll do 15 dwelling units, without limitation on number, we've now checked the box that we're within that range, but the impact, if they're all three-bedroom units, is vastly greater from parking to humans on the street than what we're proposing. That, I think, is the chairman's point, and that's our point, that if you get into just the gross numbers, perhaps it looks, concerning, but the details of all of these one-bedroom units makes it a vastly different project than we'll meet your 15 dwelling units, but they're going to be 2 and 3 bedroom.
Then how about this? I'll pay attention to both number of units and bedrooms, and to me, we don't know how many people are going to be in there. To Commissioner Meek's point, we're not going to start counting people, size of beds, and all that. So either it's too many units, or it's too many bedrooms, or it's both.
Well, and I guess I'd rely on staff, both HP and your planning staff have recommended approval.
I think commissioners, this just gets at the point of, so David, it sounds like where you are is we could continue to the applicant is willing to go with continuance to the 8th.
That's fine.
Okay.
But again, I want to just be very clear. We don't have a whole bunch of room if we have any room, but we can get them a document that's revised, consistent with all of these things.
That would be helpful.
And we can go talk about size of beds and humans.
Okay.
We'll wait till you get back from vacation.
Oh, we can do it before.
Maybe
I'm
you'll
sure
be
I
in a
can
better
find
mood.
time.
Commissioner Powers.
I will move to continue this item until February the 8th.
Commissioner Powers moves to continue SPUD 1581 to the February 8th meeting of the Planning Commission. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. Thank you all so much for coming. We're now in line for item 23.
Item 23 is PUD 1983, application to rezone 810 South Kilpatrick Turnpike from AA and PUD 1628.
One second.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
dare I ask for 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah, let's take just a couple of minutes and stand at ease for just a moment. Commissioners, are we ready to come back together? I thought maybe.
Start with this, and then when you go to this.
All right. Thank you for your patience. Next, we are in line for item 23.
Item 20, sorry, let me get back to this. Item 23 is PUD 1983, application rezone 810 South John Kilpatrick Turnpike from AA and PUD 1628.
Box. My address is 522 Colcord Drive. Here on behalf of the applicant, who's also flown in to be here with us. We also have our civil engineer, and we also have our acoustician, which I have learned is a fancy word for sound expert.
Let's say that 3 times fast.
Well, I can't. I've struggled to get it out that time. This is an application that comes to you after a significant amount of work on behalf of my client, on behalf of community outreach. We've met with staff multiple times in person as well as on Zoom. And what's coming to you is a PUD that is as detailed on certain issues as any PUD that I think I've seen. When Mr. Mudd first came to me and we looked at the site, I expressed some concern with moving forward prior to having a community meeting. I've been through enough of fights like this where I was convinced that there would be a healthy amount of discussion. Joke's on me, because of course the infill project on this application drew way more consternation and concern than the amphitheater. So what my client did was they blanketed the area about a mile with invitations to a meeting that they rented out, the Mustang Auditorium. That facility holds 1,500 people. We sent 5,000 invitations out, and 29 people showed up at this meeting. And within that 29 was Commissioner Meek, the council person, and her husband. So it was a good turnout in terms of the amount of upfront work that Notes Live has done in sending out materials. You've likely seen commercials. You likely have received information sent to your home. They have really blanketed the airwaves through social media and other with what this is, where it is. So the where, we are in what is currently PUD 1628. That is a PUD that I did for Dr. Sam Corey. It is the entire half of that section minus the turnpike and where the school is. The PUD is a fairly intense commercial PUD that again spans all the way from Sarah to Mustang Road. And Dr. Corey, what will make this, I think, in a compatible in terms of traffic, you'll hear later from Mr. Mudd, Dr. Corey had the foresight when he was negotiating with the Turnpike Authority to negotiate an underpass under what would be built as the John Kilpatrick Turnpike. That was done, it is built, all that's left to do is put a roadway down. But the underpass under the turnpike is there, which is a massively important piece for this, because when you think about a venue like this, we're now gonna be able to disperse our traffic east, south, and west. West, obviously Mustang Road, which is a state highway. So there are 4 TEs I just want to address real quick, and then I'm going to have my client get up here and talk through all the details. So the 4 TEs we can't meet, they're bullet points. So the first one is the subject site shall meet the requirements of the City of Oklahoma City's landscaping ordinance. What we can meet is the total number of points required. What we can't meet is the location of said points, specifically within the parking. The reason being, the code, if we met the landscaping requirement for parking and had treed islands throughout, it would equate to an additional 7 acres of land dedicated to the parking. We think that's an inefficient use of land. We think that is a worse result. So what we have done is blanketed the exterior with landscaping, and then here closer to the venue, it'll be heavily landscaped. But we will meet the code as it relates to points, but in terms of location, we would ask to be allowed to do it as presented in this exhibit. On the EMD, it says specify EMD 2. We're asking for EMD 3, which we believe consistent with entertainment venues. Certainly, perhaps the largest EMD sign in Oklahoma City is on a city-owned building at the Paycom Center. That's an EMD level 3. It's, I think, commonplace when you have an entertainment venue that you have the ability to have EMD 3. We do have to have a specific plan, so you will get an opportunity to review and comment on the location and orientation of the sign as it relates to the John Kilpatrick Turnpike, which of course is our target market with that sign. The bullet point 3, for the same reason on location of points, we need it to be the 350 feet rather than the 150 feet. So we can make the 350 feet work on internal pedestrian access located within each parking space. And then finally, on the noise, we can't agree to that. If you look at the PUD and the language that we have in there, that is not language that we came to lightly. That is language that was put in there only after consultation with our acoustician based upon the science of sound, the orientation of the site, and what exists around us. So it's very detailed for a reason, and I'm gonna now turn it over to my client if there's no specific questions for me and let you hear about Notes Live.
Wait a second. Sorry. David, so wait, just I want to make sure we're clear on the TEs. So just restate.
Can't agree to any of them.
Oh, can't.
I'll make it easy.
Is that?
No.
It's just, no.
But have you reviewed the PUD? So if you look at that section, it is significantly detailed. And so we have dialed it, and not just from what we want, but Mr. Mudd, in coordination with the likely promoter of this, is working with the promoter who works directly with the artist to make sure what we have is acceptable from a public standpoint, but also from an operational standpoint. And what you're going to hear in more detail is we've agreed to set up sound monitoring stations, and they will have operational control that if the sound monitoring stations record sounds in excess of what we've provided, they have the authority under the contracts they will have with the entertainment to modify the sound and bring it down immediately.
Okay.
David, one more thing.
Yes, sir.
About the street, I'm sorry, I'm starting to lose voice now, but about the trees, you were saying that rather than, because we had a discussion about the trees and the requirements within the parking, and are you saying you're going to try to meet this requirement for the trees, like you're going to have more green space and elsewhere? Is that what you're saying?
We're going to meet the total number of points required under the landscape code. It's the location required that causes us problems specifically within the parking area.
Okay.
If we had to have treed islands, we had Kimley Horn run the numbers, and what that would mean would be 7 more acres just of parking to have tree sites within our parking.
But you're going to put the same number of trees in other places?
Yeah, we're not seeking to lower the number of points required.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we were all clear. Okay.
All right, I'll turn it over to Bob Mudd.
Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Bob Mudd. I live in Gainesville, Georgia. I represent Notes Live, which is based out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, and we appreciate the opportunity. This is the culmination of nearly 2 years of site selection and visits. My wife has recently told me that I should take up residence in Oklahoma and not Georgia because I've been spending so much time here, and we also have a project in Tulsa. So we appreciate the opportunity to address you today. On the TEs, there are 2 small variances that we are agreeable to. I think one actually is pretty significant. The most recent site plan that we did provide based on our conversations with Jeff and the team last week does increase some of the islands in the interior so that we can add some trees while maintaining what is effectively 30 acres of parking over there. So what was originally presented versus what we're willing to commit to would add trees. It's just a little bit short. It's short of the distance requirements in the code. So that's number one. Number 2 is there was a request in number 4 related to the days of the week and to the 10:30 stop time, and we are agreeable to that stop time as it relates to TE number 4. So with that as the backdrop, how do I forward this? Would you
Can you control it?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move swiftly through some slides, but each of them have a degree of relevance to the critical elements of this project, I believe. The team that is leading this is, I lead all of the real estate development aspects for Notes Live. Our project consultant team includes BCA out of Atlanta, which is a premier event venue, performance venue architect. Our noise consultant, Matt Mahon from New York City, LSTN, is with me today, has been a critical partner in site selection and the nature in which we're going to control sound. We have Luke Schmidt here with me as well, who is with Kimley Horn, who did the traffic impact study and our parking study for us as well, which I think was included in your packet, and obviously David Box with land planning. As he mentioned, we did do a public meeting. It was on October the 25th. The information that you're going to be shared with today is very consistent with what was shared with the public. It was a matter of about a 30-minute presentation followed by 30 to 45 minutes of question answering and conversation with the public, and we stayed until the last question was answered. We submitted to the Planning Commission in November. There were a number of TEs that still had some pieces that we felt like we could work out. I think we were sitting at 10 as we came into the last Planning Commission, so we delayed to this and have gotten it down really to the 4 that we're sitting at today. Our hope is to get to City Council as soon as we get agreement and approval from Planning Commission. We are a world-class entertainment and hospitality company. We have 2 functioning campuses today, one in Colorado Springs. If you're familiar with Colorado Springs, it is on the north side, just adjacent to the Air Force Academy. Bourbon Brothers Smokehouse and Tavern and Boot Barn Hall there have been operating since 2016, and they're a cornerstone of the community. The governor held his State of the State address there. The city of Colorado Springs held their 200th anniversary there. We are very integrated in the community and do a lot of charitable work through that hall. We also have Gainesville, Georgia. This facility is a couple of miles from my home in Gainesville. It is an entire city block just off the core center. We're about 40 miles outside of Atlanta, and it combines the restaurant and the indoor boutique music venue. We started our entree into the amphitheater about 2.5 years ago. What became clear to us in the music business is that touring and the act's ability to address markets and monetize their travels is a critical piece. There are a number of promoters, 3 primary, which you'll see Live Nation and AEG and Oakhurst, that support most of that activity. And they were expressing the fact that there are a number in the neighborhood of 50 million-person markets, MSAs, that did not have suitable amphitheaters for that touring season of April to October, which is the typical touring season for acts. And so we set about a process, starting in our own backyard in Colorado Springs, but we didn't just want to build a shed. Now, if you've been to amphitheaters, typically they are fairly simple facilities. We wanted to build a very high hospitality, world-class acoustics, where people could have not just go to a concert, but could experience. Very much like what you've seen in the NBA over the last 20 years, the nature in which basketball games take place. I think just recently there was an approval of what's going to happen here in Oklahoma City. And our facilities with 214 luxury fire pit suites, with corporate and private suites all the way around the back of the amphitheater, and significant improvement in food and beverage offerings, including covering the facility, which is not typical with these types of amphitheaters. We are not building a simple shed. We're bringing a $100 million world-class venue that will host A-list artists. In Colorado Springs, we are well under construction. Our first concert will be released next week, and it will open on August the 8th. We set about looking at routing paths, and as an example, coming out of Denver, which Red Rocks is one of the most famous, down through Fiddler's Green, which is in South Denver, Colorado Springs would be their next stop with our 8,000-person facility there. The next stop for many of these touring acts are going to be Dallas, Kansas, Phoenix. And in the midst of that, there are communities like Oklahoma City, like Tulsa, like suburbs of Houston, and even suburbs in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that are underserved. And so we are focused on those, and we started with Oklahoma City as our expansion footprint, in addition in the southeast of being the Charleston and Greenville area. So our desire was to find a location here, and we have some very specific criteria. And we have looked at a number of locations, even negotiated to the point of going under contract in some other areas, but ultimately we believe we have selected the ideal location in this metroplex for this type of facility. It will have 200, it is at the corner of I-40 and John Kilpatrick. There's a lot of reasons that makes sense. One is traffic flow. The other is our ability to direct sound into areas that will be permanently not designated as residential. And it will provide for A-list stars to be coming to Oklahoma City in the neighborhood of 45 to 60 times per year. Be stadium-style seating. I won't get into great details, but again, with us trying to build the most luxurious, the typical seating size in a venue is going to be 19 to 20 inches. Ours are going to be 22 to 23 inches. We want comfortable. These have these large fans moving air on the inside. Our green in the back has hydro chill in it, which lowers the temperature, surface temperature by 25 degrees, 20 to 25 degrees for showtime. There are large ultra suites in the back. That is, the picture that you see up there now is actually from the perspective of one of the ultra seats in the back, which can hold up to 200 people, and they will have both a hospitality area that's covered, and then they can walk down into seats like you would in a suite at a sports facility. You know, people ask me who's going to be playing here. I think if you take the top 5 touring artists off the slate, everybody else will be coming through this venue starting in 2025. So what were our objectives? We wanted to provide Oklahoma City a premium music destination for A-list artists. You obviously have the indoor facilities, but artists with the degree of demand and the limited supply, one facility in a market this size, there's plenty of room for 2, and also a very different experience. Most people will rate the experience in an amphitheater as it relates to a concert substantially higher than an enclosed environment. And so amphitheaters are very favorable also to the touring artists. We wanted to develop the project in a way that positions the Sunset as a good neighbor. We've done substantial outreach. We have made some changes. We have made some pretty significant commitments that I'll share in just a moment as it relates to managing and monitoring the sound footprint. And we want to keep the entertainment dollars in Oklahoma City. We have not asked for any subsidies or incentives from the city in any form or fashion, from the county. So this project, the Younger and Associates did an economic impact analysis, is expected to generate $2.6 billion in its first 10 years of operation. Additionally, while this is equivalent to a very large football game in Oklahoma City, this $100 million facility will only be used 45 to 60 times per year for our uses. And so there is substantial opportunity for other uses by the public. In Colorado Springs, we already have college graduations, high school graduations, drama performances, and the symphony that are going to be using the facility in addition to the touring acts that we are going to be bringing. And it provides seasonal jobs, full-time jobs, and a substantial number of construction jobs to the tune of nearly 300 FTEs as it relates to that. The site is currently zoned for condensed use. The annual traffic count generated by the Sunset will generate a substantially less on an annual basis impact on local infrastructure. Obviously, it's a lot more condensed usage, meaning it's kind of that 7 to 11 p.m., 45 to 60 times per year, so we don't dismiss that. But it will be, in terms of the overall wear and tear on the local roadways and so forth, substantially lower than, say, a large mixed-use area that was in the neighborhood of 60 acres. The ad valorem taxes will directly benefit Mustang. Sales tax generated the city of Oklahoma, and we're anticipating impact fees for local infrastructure as we move forward to be carried by the amphitheater. So what have we heard today? With any of these types of developments, these are the 4 key issues that you have to address, and that's why site selection is such an important piece of this overall plan. 1 is parking, 2 is traffic, 3 is safety, 4th is noise. You know, the only thing that I would say is typically you'd like to have a lot of parking that might be used for something else. But we, in this case, had enough room, and the economics were such that we have all on-site parking for this facility. So we're going to be able to host all the parking within nearly 600 feet of the facility. And so it's from a convenience perspective, from a safety perspective, the site sets up excellent for that. But I'll address parking, traffic, and security as we go forward. Before we committed to the site, we brought in Kimley Horn and their traffic consulting. They are the folks that do the Super Bowls and the World Series. They did a complete traffic analysis, and they didn't just look into what is, but there's a number of improvements that are already taking place in that area. So those were taken into consideration. One of the things mentioned by David in the opening statement was that there's a thoroughfare that goes underneath the Kilpatrick, which gets you into that northwest corridor, which honestly, without it, this site would struggle to meet what we would need. We will not go into a site that can't be addressed safely and cannot be drained in 40 minutes or less. And that was our criteria for determining whether or not this was a suitable site. It incorporates current and future development. You've got the study, I think, in your packet. It incorporates the widening of 15th, which is already underway, and it includes the capacity underneath the John Kilpatrick Parkway. This is a broader view of the site. If you've been out there today, very little of what you see there exists today, but it gives you a sense of what the zoning will likely produce. One of the things that the developer did, as you can see, is we actually don't touch Sarah Road to the east, which is one of the residential areas that we had to bring into consideration. There's actually about a 250-foot offset that the current developer has retained. It is not included in our sound study, so the sound results that we currently have does not assume additional infrastructure is going to be built on that east side, but I would be shocked if, frankly, that infrastructure is not up before we open because of the nature of development that it will likely occur in and around a development like this. This is a rendering. You'll see that's kind of the John Kilpatrick Parkway there on the south side. You can see the school just up to the north of this picture here. This is covered with the tinsel fabric. It is going to have the large fans to move the air underneath. Nearly 70% of the overall seating is going to be covered. From a life safety issue, that's very favorable as well, given some of the things that are experienced in Oklahoma. But it's going to be a beautiful facility. We took our cues from Fenway Park and from the baseball stadium and Coors Field. We wanted old, timeless, red brick steel as our primary kind of framework for building it, and this will be consistent with the projects that we do across the nation. So talking about the parking and demand model, this is a 12,500 person amphitheater. If it's a sold out event, we'll have about 140 needs for parking for employees. We're assuming that 30% of the participants will arrive by a means other than a car. So it'll be a combination of ride share or drop off. That is consistent with what you would see in suburban areas and other markets very similar to Oklahoma City. Actually, AEG told us that we would expect to see 35 to 40%, so we were conservative with that to make sure that we had sufficient parking. So 70% will arrive via automobile, and in Oklahoma, it's assumed a density of 2.5 to 3 people per car on average. So that gives you the need for about 3,360 parking spots, so 3,500 parking spots. And the plan incorporates full on-site parking with a cap of 3,600 built into the PUD. This is a quick overview of the ingress and egress. You guys recently addressed the Sunset Boulevard, which is going to be the primary. It's actually the old John Kilpatrick Parkway that was replaced when the new thoroughfare was built to the west. So that will be a primary entry. There are 3 exits to Sarah Road, and then there is 1 exit that will go up under John Kilpatrick Parkway and connect with Mustang out the northwest side of the development site. So 100% will be parked on site. 5 points of ingress to the site. The parking design is intended to maximize safety. What you will hear civil engineers call this is the Disney style to parking. It keeps from backing into each other. It provides unidirectional so people can pull in and pull out, and it has a propensity to drain a lot more quickly. It's an efficient use of land, given that this parking lot is going to be used 45 to 60 times per year. We want to try to keep as little concrete underneath of it as we can while still making it beautiful. So we do intend to meet the points. At the end of the day, with a solid game day plan and managed key intersections, and the ingress is an hour-and-a-half flow, the egress is 40 minutes. So that egress becomes really the critical juncture, but the traffic counts in that region go way down after 9:30, and so we'll be contending with getting people out and onto the major viaducts as efficiently and safely as possible. From a sound perspective, in the design of a facility like this, there are substantial thought and design that goes into place to ensure that we maximize the dampening of sound that takes place as a function of how it's constructed, the direction in which it's pointed, and ultimately measurement devices that we've committed to, and I'll talk a little bit about, so that even if you were to get somebody in there and you've got Eric Church and he decides to turn it up one night, that we have the operational contractual ability and real-time capacity to dampen that sound. So we'll talk a little bit about how all that happens. The first strategy that you undertake is physical mitigation. You can see here the school is south, 2,000 feet to the east is the residences of Sarah, and 1,500 to the northwest are the residences across John Kilpatrick Parkway. The reason that we oriented this in the direction that we did is because the backside of the berm of this amphitheater will be 45 feet high. And I'll show you the footprint of a typical concert, but technology has advanced substantially over the last decade, and we are able to use speaker sound systems that don't produce as much energy as they used to because they can be very directional in nature. So the architecture both to the north, which is pointed to the intersection of John Kilpatrick Parkway and I-40, and to the east and to the west, where we are positioning infrastructure that is about 20 feet tall on both flanking sides to protect the neighborhoods to each side. And there's another significant mitigating factor that I'll share with you as well. This is an important map from a design perspective. There are some critical elements that we are committing to that are represented on this map. And I'll talk about those first, and then I'll talk about some of the natural characteristics that bring advantages to this site. To the west, which is the closest residential area and the one that we have to pay the most attention to, that John Kilpatrick Parkway from the base of the stage rises 35 feet to the west as you look towards that housing development. That's important. What we have committed to do is to not hang our line array speakers above 40 feet in the air. And it's simple science that if you can point that music towards a solid surface in its directional nature, you can mitigate the sound impact. In addition to that, the developer has committed to a solid fence. It's a solid state, continuous. I think it's going to be some form of split face CMU that will be 6 feet tall on those houses. We would be willing to take it to 8 at our cost if there was a preference for that. But the key piece that we're going to do there is we're going to put a sound monitoring device at that location, and we are putting a sound monitoring device at the eastern boundary of our PUD over towards Sarah Road. That's critical from the aspect of it being tied into our front of house. All of our sound analysis has occurred with a concert that would be producing 100 dBA at the front of house. So as long as they stay under that, we're going to meet what we've asked for in terms of the variance here. But if they were to go above that, then we are going to have the contractual and technical capacity to bring the sound back down in real time. The next piece of mitigation is electroacoustic mitigation. We are mandating vertical array speakers, and it's a fancy term for these speakers are shaped like a C, and they point down, hung no higher than 40 feet, and you can see the footprint from the main line array to the seating bowl that will be the main seating bowl and the fire pits. The other piece that we are going to do is we're implementing delay clusters. Instead of requiring all of the power of sound to be pushed from the stage, which would have a propensity to travel further distances, we're going to serve the first 2/3 of the amphitheater from the stage main line array, but we are going to require our artists to play through delay clusters that will serve the green and the suites in the back of the venue. This reduces the amount of power and pressure that is required to serve the sound to provide a good experience to our customers while reducing the amount of footprint that comes outside of the venue. Actually, we're not capping it at 40 feet. We lowered that down to 35 feet because of the height of John Kilpatrick Parkway. So thank you for that correction. The final piece is operational mitigation. We've committed not to operate even sound checks during school hours. There is a school just south of us. We have had discussions with them. They think this is a good solution. There's going to be implementation of the noise detection devices that were discussed. We're positioning the venue towards I-40 and John Kilpatrick, and we're positioning it with dense parking to the east over by Sarah Road, which will help a great deal as it relates to the spread. I'll get into a little bit of detail here, but you have higher frequency sounds and lower frequency sounds. They have different footprints. The way that Oklahoma City Code measures that is on a weighted average, and that weighted average is called dBA. dBA is a generally accepted measuring standard for the way that a human experiences sound. And so your code is good code, it's well thought out, and what we did when we first started here, we came with a kind of a traditional approach to measuring sound, but it wasn't in alignment with the way that you had your code structured. And so one of the things we've done since the last Planning Commission is restructured it towards L10 and L90. And what those do, without dragging into the weeds of the science of it, L10 is the sounds that are acceptable 10% of the time. L90 is the average sound that's acceptable 90% of the time. And the reasons that municipalities put roofs and basements is there's different types of sound that emanate and can become pollution. It can be a loud, short duration sound that peaks, which can be acceptable for only a short period of time, or it can be an industrial sound that is rated at a very high level over a long period of time, and you don't want that happening for over long periods of time. And so that's the nature in which the code is structured, and it's why we've proposed the sound limits that I'm going to share with you next. So we have put into our PUD the following limitations. We'll be noise monitoring in real time during performances. We're asking for really 2 variances effectively at the simplest level. The L10 would be 70 dBA in any 30-minute period. The L90 would be 60 dBA at either one of those measuring spots for any 30 period. That is a 5 decibel increase over the current code. We don't anticipate reaching that all the time, but we wanted to set it at a level where we could have some flexibility to make sure, A, that we're good neighbors, but also that we can operate the venue at an acceptable level. Should the noise exceed that, our production team has committed in the PUD to lower it down to the acceptable level. And they'll be obligated, any artist that comes in here will have this contractual language in their contract, knowing that in the event their front of house increased the sound above the sound limitations, that we as the operator had not just the right, but the responsibility to operationally intervene. So Sunday through Wednesday to 10:30, we're open to extending that to Thursday per the technical exception that was requested. And then Friday and Saturday till 11, and no sound checks during school session can start prior to 2 p.m. Sure.
What this means. An L10 exceeding 70 dBA in any 30-minute period. Oh, I'm sorry. An L10 exceeding 70 dBA in any 30-minute. I mean, what are you really telling me here?
Well, the way that that's structured is to try to mirror it to the code that exists in Oklahoma City today. And so when you take an
I also
average,
don't know anything about
well,
it.
we've had some. Jeff and I are the laymen in conversations with really smart people that had to inform us on how this stuff works. But effectively, if you take an average, which the dBA is an average of the full broadband of sound, and you do it over a 30-minute period, it cannot average greater than 70 dBA for 10% of the time, or 60 dBA for 90% of the time. And if you go to the next slide, I will give you a sense of the equivalence of that sound. So this is the Peterson and Gross dBA equivalent. This is kind of the standard, industry standard. This gives you equivalence of sound. So what I've done is I've red boxed kind of the range in which we've asked for those limitations. So you can look at 70 dBA in an environmental sense to near freeway traffic inside of a car or a large store. So Ms. Powers, I don't know if that answers your question, but it would be at that level for those periods of time over 30 minutes. And sound is an interesting thing. Weather, wind, and music is not a consistent, it's a flow. And so the averaging is what most municipalities use to try to make sure that it doesn't become a public nuisance.
So this is not telling me that, for a given period of time, you're asking to be able to exceed our normal code.
I'm asking for two things. I'm asking for a 5 dB increase, and I'm asking to go from 10 to 10:30 Monday through Thursday until 11 on Thursday and Friday because the ordinance is 10 p.m.
But the increase that you're asking for, that's all the time. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with these 30-minute intervals or...
Well, it does because that 5 dB increase is the measurement that we would be held account to for that 30-minute period.
Oh, I see. I think. There's a reason I went to law school. I'm not an engineer. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. So, clientele safety. We do not allow tailgating in our parking lots. Some venues do, some venues don't. We do not. It just doesn't bode well. We want people in the venue. They can get in, they can get out. We hire full-time security detail for the interior of our venue. That's on our responsibility. We are going to have a 30 by 60 law enforcement facility on the inside of the venue. We'll have a 30 by 20 advanced life support area as well, built into the venue. Our management team will be expertly trained by NORAD and its surrogates as it relates to delaying, canceling, or intervening in a show in the event, one of those tornadoes comes through or hailstorms comes through Oklahoma, which happens from time to time. We will have one security officer per 250 cars. I believe that was committed in the PUD as well. But that's the standard that we do. And we'll have a full security details provided on the inside by Notes Live. So with that as the backdrop, we appreciate the consideration of this project, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there questions? We do have 3 people signed up to speak.
Well, just one clarification, somewhat out of curiosity, but I've seen a couple different versions of the renderings, but you did say you'd have a tensile structure, so there's cover, and I've seen that in one image. I don't see it here on the screen, but
this one is Colorado Springs.
Okay,
So
this is just an example of another.
This is not a corrective. That's my fault.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But so that is that
100%
in your
covered.
PUD? I mean, are you committing to that in this PUD?
I'm certainly willing to. If we can go back to the other picture, this is the actual architectural rendering that is under development right now.
But the covering is not required in the PUD.
I don't think it is, but we're happy to add it as a requirement because that is we're doing it.
I was just curious if
Yeah.
that was a firm commitment or more of an aspirational thing, because
It is
sometimes
not
these things do
aspirational.
change.
We think it's, from a customer experience, from a heat perspective, to move air, we are building, we're tripling the steel density on this that would not be required for the roof because we're going to put those large fans in there. The fans are particular because they have to be acoustically friendly. We just can't blow air haphazardly. And so, yeah, it's going to be a fairly sophisticated structure over the roof.
No, it sounds great. I think it's a good idea.
We can add that in the PUD, I guess. As the resident architect, we've got 2 architects. Do you want to help me with some language as to?
I was more. I just wanted to hear what
Say yes, you'll help.
Yes, let's get through. I know there's a lot to talk about here, but I would like to see some commitment to formalizing that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
And I think that has some bearing on sound
Sound,
too,
yeah.
because it helps, even though it's tensile structure, I mean, I'm not an acoustic expert either, but in my mind, at least, it seems to help contain things, so it might factor into that conversation.
Makes sense. Commissioner Meek, did you have anything before we hear from our neighbors?
No, I'd like to listen to what they have to say.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mudd. First, we have Rachel Earls. And please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, my name is Rachel Earls. I live at 10228 Aberdeen Drive. I've lived in my house for almost 18 years. And when we bought the house, we knew that I-40 was already there and the road noise was normal. This facility is not. I can't believe that it's being discussed so close to the residential areas. My main concern is with noise. So they've said they've added things to mitigate that and meet city requirements. That does not mean that we won't hear noise the whole time that they're having a concert going on. And I don't know about everybody else, but I go to bed a lot earlier than 10:30. And even if I'm not trying to sleep, I don't want to hear constant noise, while I'm just trying to relax in my house. This is the biggest amphitheater in the nation, 12,500 seats, 12,500 screaming fans on top of the music noise. And we already have an issue with traffic in our area, and widening the streets and adding 3 more exits on Sarah Road is not going to help with that. If it takes them an hour and a half to have people empty out of the stadium, that's an hour and a half that we could be delayed getting home or doing whatever else. I also just wanted to say that we agreed to the tax for the new Oklahoma City Thunder Arena. I don't understand why we need another facility competing with one that the city owns, especially this close to the residential area. I just want everybody to take into consideration, if this was being built, within 1,500 feet from your house, how you'd feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, we have Dr. Dennis Beringers. I apologize.
For the record, Dennis Behringer, 10237 Bonnie Castle Drive.
And I apologize for messing up your name, Dr. Behringer.
Just think of the wine. We get nothing out of that. I'll start my timer now. I wanted to be sure you all had this copy before I started it, but I'll go ahead because it's late. And here we go. All right. I was a little bit taken aback when and Mr. Meek, greetings from your Ward 3 residents. I was a little taken aback when my email was characterized as a protest. Last time I was anywhere close to a protest was at UCLA in 1971. So my intent in being here is to simply outline a number of factors that I think could deserve additional consideration. That means seeking solutions. I'm not saying a yes or a no. I'm saying here are some potentially problematic areas that could be considered further to see if we can come up with reasonable solutions. I'm a practicing musician, all puns intended, and have been a professional musician for many years. So I appreciate musical entertainment venues, and I think it's a great idea. The question is whether or not this particular site can be, shall we say, manipulated to provide the best possible situation for both the residents and for the people who wish to operate this. So if quickly we can go down this list, I will mention these things. Traffic, we already know that's a problem. I think just to point out a couple of things, I've read, I thought the staff report was very thorough and complete, and I read both of the attached reports, so I have seen the data, and the most recent time I read this all was yesterday, so it's fresh in my mind. I think some of the traffic estimates are falsely deflated. due to the extensive construction that's ongoing on Sarah. So a lot of people have been avoiding Sarah. That was November 2nd traffic counts. So I suspect that when Sarah is done, those traffic counts are going to go up. Plus, they said they were factoring a 2% per year increase in the traffic counts. And I think with the addition of those two very large subdivisions on Sarah, immediately south of Southwest 15th, we're going to see an additional increase in traffic load there. I don't know that using the underpass to Southwest 11th is going to significantly reduce overall traffic flow in and out of there, because they said it was going to be used for VIP parking and special parking. So I don't know, it's hard to tell. It depends on how big that area is. Parking, I think the estimation of 30% rideshare traffic is optimistically high, particularly since I've spoken with a lot of people who are doing that kind of thing and what's been happening at the Thunder games. I don't know if additional parking at the retail areas that are going to be constructed is going to be guaranteed, just in case they need some more. Otherwise, there are impacts for the church. Our church is right across from the schools on Southwest 15th, and we have drives that are open right now, and we wouldn't want people to come on down there and park all the time, certainly on the baseball field. That might hurt things there. Now, of course, some of these are questions that I couldn't find answers for, like whether or not the parking area will be secured when the venue is not in operation. Certainly that would be a good thing if it could be secured. As we all understand, I'm sure paving over this amount of area is going to cause a heat island. So there's going to be additional heat load in that area. Now the noise study indicates no ability to moderate the propagation of low-frequency sounds. They're going to carry the farthest. So, how truly effective our noise moderating strategy is going to be. Also, I didn't see any ISO 9000 type of procedural standards specified for installing, calibrating, and maintaining the noise sensors they propose to use. Also, the choice of the A weighting scale doesn't really pick up the low-frequency sounds. And so it's like sampling the things we know we can control. So the whole low-end spectrum of sound wouldn't be sampled if they were using the A scale. The C scale would be more appropriate to pick those up. So flood control, I saw some of this covered in the staff report, and hopefully protecting Mustang Creek. We had some issues with things being dumped, dirt being dumped by construction work into Mustang Creek down by the old golf course, and residents actually had to call in and report it, because apparently there was no continuous monitoring or periodic monitoring to be sure that wasn't happening. So we're concerned about that. And then the last one is potential damage to new road surfaces, Southwest 15th and Sarah. Those are all new road surfaces going in. So given that we saw the surface of Southwest 15th pretty well destroyed during the construction of the extension of the turnpike, I would think maybe there would need to be some coordination with streets so that we don't end up with heavy construction equipment then causing some kind of damage to the newly laid streets. And that may be just simply a coordination issue. But I want to thank you for allowing me to come and share this with you, and I will certainly be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding these points.
Thank you, Dr. Behringer. I have to admit that on your point 4, and I was trying to read and make sure I was following and understanding, with regard to noise, I think that's where we are particularly challenged. I mean, I don't even know that we have the city staff with expertise in sound mitigation in this to the level that's required for us to effectively do it here. So I think particularly your statement about low frequency sounds and how that would have an impact. I'm very curious about that, and perhaps the applicant could address that and the standards that are used. But again, the challenge that I have is if we're talking about traffic or any of those other issues, I can then turn to an expert on our city staff and say, so how does this square with what the applicant is saying? But I mean, I think we're challenged here in trying to come up with solutions that are going to be reasonable for the neighbors. So, but I just appreciate you sharing this, and more conversations are going to continue, and I think your expertise is certainly welcomed in those conversations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Julie McCoy. And please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
I'm coming as a personal, I have no technical, no knowledge. We just bought a house off Paisley Road, which is would be the southeast corner of Sarah and 15th. And my father passed away 2 years ago. We had to find a home to move my mom in with us. We found a mother-in-law plan and found one. We loved the neighborhood, moved in, and on Yukon Happenings saw a post saying what was going in. I was like, oh my God, I did not know that. If I would have known that, I would not have moved in that area. And I have talked to, when we came to the last meeting y'all had and you moved it to today, it was right before Christmas. I was trying to get on homepage, all these kind of things to get people together. I did not hear about, I didn't get a flyer. I haven't heard about anything. I haven't heard a notice. I haven't heard anything about a meeting until someone posted on the thing that they had went to a meeting talking about all the information. Because I would like to have been there, to have been able to share that it's where there's a lot of land, there's already houses and buildings in those areas. This is surrounded by homes. And we already have huge traffic at I-40 and Morgan Road with the truck stops and everything, which I'm cool with. I'm totally cool with. But there's already noise. So you can't tell me putting that in there. I don't care how professional you are at putting in sound and stuff. There's no way you're going to be able to keep sound. And one of those pictures was showing fireworks. You're going to hear fireworks afterwards. The traffic afterwards with them leaving and getting on the highway, they're going to be doing, there's going to be noises also. And I've talked to a handful of people. There's one gentleman that's lived there 20 years, and he said there's already been an increase just with all the activity and building that's gone in of accidents on 15th Street. So I can't even fathom 10,000 plus traffic in that one little area. And I know it's a perfect area because of the highways and the turnpike and all that, but it's not a perfect area for the houses that are around there, the families that are there with kids. I just would have liked to have been in on having my voice heard, and I didn't get that. I didn't get a flyer. Talked to many people. I think one person out of everyone I talked to got a flyer. No one else received any information about the meetings. The sound, my husband's a drummer. Sound carries, and I know that they got things set up to say that it'll do, there's no way. There's not going to be any sound. There's not going to be any traffic sound. There's not going to be a lot of activity going on. And I just implore you to think about if this was going in catty corner to where you live and you just invested in to a place thinking you're going into a place that's not heavily trafficked, you're going into home, because that area was already for residential homes. I believe it's zoned already for residential homes. And so there's no way it's not going to make sound. And he even said for certain ordinances, but they're not making it, is it going to be for a neighborhood? And so trash, just like wind will make sound travel, wind will make trash travel. And I just know there's a lot going to be going on in that area, more than what's being pictured. I don't have money, so I know my voice may not mean a lot. Money talks, and I don't have it, but I am We the People, and I'm just coming to you as We the People in that area because it's surrounded by homes that aren't prepared for 10,000 plus people to be driving around and getting out and on the highway. And it's going to make our value property go down too. I'm really sad about that. And anybody that wants to move in out of state can buy my house. 10320 Paisley Road.
And which direction is that from this facility?
It's the northeast corner. If you go down Sarah Road, you will run right into Paisley Road that curves through the neighborhood. And there's also a senior citizens living area southeast of us.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And we can sit in our back porch and hear a little bit of noise. I can't imagine with 10,000 plus people. It's overwhelming, but just bringing it to you. Any questions?
Well, your voice definitely matters. I want to be clear about that.
Thank you.
And we appreciate hearing it. And that has been a significant concern of ours, has been two things. One is we're neighbors informed.
Yes, sir.
And that's why the applicant's attorney spent so much time explaining that, because
Yeah.
even when we first heard any word about this idea, it was, oh my gosh, how far are you, to what extent are you reaching out to neighbors and making that effort to
Yeah.
ensure that they're having a chance to be a part of the conversation? So it's disappointing to hear that you did not receive that.
No. And a bunch of people didn't.
And it's disappointing for sure.
And there's land down I-40 in between Yukon and El Reno, and there's land south of, I'm just thinking, these are residential homes that have been there for years, and they're forcing us to accept that they're gonna be putting this in there. Whereas if they were to build on some land and build homes around it, you'd be buying a home saying, I'm buying a home knowing that that's there, that there's gonna be an opportunity with traffic and light and sound and all that. Whereas it just feels like we don't have a voice, even though I know we do.
Well, I think that's what we're here to decide is, balancing the interests of the property owner wanting to do this, the impact on the city, and how we can respect the neighbors around it. And it's not an easy thing to do, as you've gotten to hear us be here for the last 4 hours. It's very difficult for us, but we do our best. And so I appreciate that. And I would also encourage you, because regardless of whether this commission votes to recommend approval of this project or votes to recommend denial of this project, it's still going to the city council. So I hope you've been in touch with your city council person about your concerns, and I hope that you have encouraged your neighbors who share your concerns to join you in reaching out to your council person. I'm confident Commissioner Meek would be more than happy to help you with that as well. So
You're our person.
So I think there's still more time to have more conversations, and I just appreciate hearing your voice today.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. We have no one else here to speak. I guess I'll give the applicant an opportunity to respond.
I'm going to have my acoustician talk about the specific concerns raised in this.
Okay.
Because I don't even know what it's.
I told Dr. Behringer I didn't understand it completely either, but,
Hi, everyone. Matt Mahon, Listen Consultants. We're the acoustic consultants for the project. In addition to running Listen Consultants, I'm also an adjunct instructor at the Cooper Union, teaching acoustics to undergrads. So I like a teachable moment, but I don't want to go too deep if we don't have to go too deep. But
thank you, because it's 5:15.
So just a couple of things about the criteria that we've used and the city's noise code. The city's noise code uses an A weighting. So that is a weighting that accounts for the human perception of sound at different frequencies. And so when we talk about a weighting, that's taking all the frequencies of sound, low frequencies and high frequencies, and it weights them to account for our general perception of how we perceive the loudness of different frequencies of sound. And so low frequencies do get discounted by that weighting compared to high frequencies. But that is because we as humans don't perceive low frequency sounds measured with the same sound pressures, the same as those higher frequency sounds. So the A weighting that we use is the same A weighting that the city code uses, and it's the same weighting that basically everyone uses because it does correctly account for our perception as humans. The other part of the code that's complicated is we use these statistical noise levels, so the L90 and the L10 that you heard a couple of times. This means that we need to take a measurement over time, which is great because music is varying over time significantly. We have quiet moments, we have loud moments. Music swells. And so we use these statistical noise levels for a variety of reasons, but it works well for music because it lets us say, okay, 90% of the time, we're running kind of at this level, but up to 10% of the time, we're running at this level, and it helps us kind of dial in the right criteria for our projects. And that's why you see the L90 criteria is lower than the L10 criteria, and it is an artifact of trying to get the right kind of criteria to set to hold the project to account. And not just our project, of course, it's your noise code, so it's all kinds of things. Does that raise any more questions we want to talk about?
I think I'd love to know, and maybe you're not the right expert that's here to answer this particular question. If we're talking about a highway, which I have lived over a highway in a different city, but I've lived over a highway and it is loud, let me tell you. And so I'm thinking about if I'm Miss McCoy and I'm sitting in my backyard in an evening, some nice summer evening in the great state of Oklahoma, I bet she can hear the highway, is my guess.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering how that compares to what she would hear in her backyard when a concert's going on until 10:30.
Yeah, and that is a difference between your noise code and some other municipal noise codes. Some noise codes take into account existing background noise levels that would account for I-40 and all the other roads. Your noise code doesn't account for that. But it is very common for environmental noise to exist in these kind of urban and sort of suburban environments that ranges between, say, 45 dBA and 65 dBA. This site...
Is that what the highway would constitute in general?
Yeah, and the closer you get to the highway, you might expect it to get higher. But that's a pretty typical urban environment, and this environment is relatively typical for urban and suburban kinds of noise. Most of the noise you hear on site is roadway noise or aircraft noise that's more intermittent, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Please.
So I'll boil it down to layman's terms, not being the scientist, but we've asked for 60 dBA 90% of the time over a 30-minute period, which is equivalent to a large store from this. On 70, inside a car to near freeway, no more than, let me get this right, than 10% of the time over a 30-minute period. So that gives you maybe a framework to think about it in terms of its equivalency.
But I guess the hardest part is the distance. Like, the hardest part is understanding the distance with which you still get that spillover of sound.
So what we've done is we're saying that at those residential areas, we're committing to that level at the very closest residential house.
That's where the monitors pick up and
The
they're able
monitors
to
are
dial
picking
down.
up. As a matter of fact, on Sarah Road, we're committing to that level of sound 250 feet west of the first residence. That's where the sound monitor is, which does not incorporate the buildings that are going to be there that are further going to depreciate the sound. So the further you get into that subdivision is going to, I don't know how much, but it will continue to reduce substantially even from what we're requesting.
That's important. I'd also say this, I think, and to avoid a back and forth, because I'm sure Ms. McCoy has some concerns and you know the process is going to continue. I would encourage you to visit. I think it would be helpful for her to hear the science and understand those things and have those specific concerns addressed. That's helpful. I also am concerned from an enforcement perspective for us with the city and the ability to ensure that this is followed.
One of the things that I would be willing to commit to on that, first, I would be happy to directly communicate with you. I'll give you my card.
Meeting, and then I will personally hand out flyers to that area and the other side of the highway to make sure many more people show up. Because there's crowd noise. Are you going to have an amplifier for that? There's going to be people out on the, you know, when you do a concert, you're really happy, and sometimes happy people make lots of noise and driving.
Well, Ms. McCoy. Well, thank you, Ms. McCoy, and this is a conversation that that you all can have, and Jeremy, Commissioner Meek, I'd ask that you help coordinate, and I'm happy to help coordinate the meeting that Ms. McCoy has asked for.
Yeah, we held a public meeting. We paid a service to give a 1 mile radius. We had a lot of folks show up. We've also spent over $100,000 of TV airtime in this market. So we have done a substantial amount of outreach, and I'm disappointed that somebody didn't get it or it didn't get to the right mailbox. But we were very diligent in doing that, and folks showed up. I also have a lot of direct communication that's occurred with me since that meeting that I've responded to every one of them. So,
And I've also taken every phone call from every person and
Ms. McCoy,
yeah.
Ms. McCoy, I do apologize because of our rules. We can't have this back and forth. But you have our assurance, and we can handle this when the meeting is over, that we can follow through with the next steps to ensure that there is another meeting that takes place. So we can do that.
thank you.
Anything else before we discuss?
So in terms of the TEs, I think maybe I misspoke. I think we can agree to the fourth bullet, but
So you can agree to, well, not all of it,
I was
right?
going to say, stopping after the word only. So starting at the word and set a maximum number of days, striking that. So the TE would read, modify section 9.18 to specify noise levels, apply to amplified sound, not only live music, change the days where music can occur until 11 to Friday and Saturday only.
And then you're agreeing to all the rest of the TEs?
No. No,
No, none
That's
of
the
the
only
rest.
one we can agree to.
That's the only one you can agree to. And then, did we come up with language on the cover over the top?
We can require that it be covered in a manner consistent with the rendering.
Is specific plan?
Would it be at least 70% of seating areas shall be covered?
Is there a specific plan on this, David?
Tensile.
60% of the seating area shall be covered.
Is there a specific plan
Tensile
on this?
material. What is
Yes,
that?
we're required to have a
Then why don't we
specific
just
plan.
review it at that point?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
we can do that.
Okay, so then we can require it and then say we're going to review it at the specific plan stage, if this is recommended for approval.
That makes sense.
Tensile material, I wanna see what that is.
What's that?
Bring some tensile material with.
Oh, think trampoline.
Yeah, I don't think I know what that means either, but,
Well, I do think, I mean, I know we've been here a while, but it sounds like there's some discussion warranted on TE1, which they're not agreeing to, but just the notion of, there was heat island was brought up, trees has been brought up, parking islands and how people get to the venue. It feels like we need to address that and that there might be some compromise or something that can be done to, I'm not saying I don't have a proposal of 350 feet, that's just way too much, or what, but surely there has to be something that can help improve the condition of heat island in the parking lots and the pedestrian access ways.
David,
So we have that, I'm sorry,
how
go
many
ahead.
acres of parking lot do you have?
How many acres is just the parking?
On the east side is 30 acres.
30 acres on the east side.
We have additional parking around the amphitheater. I don't know what the total acreage is at.
So at least 30 acres of parking. So we did add landscaping within the parking. We just can't get to what the code requires because when you lay that out, it's an additional 7 acres of parking.
So it's 7 acres for the islands?
No, I'm just saying what the total land required to meet the code based upon proximity of trees to each parking
Right.
space ends up being 7 extra acres.
can we get to the pedestrian? I felt like you were about to address that.
No,
pedestrian
so what we
connectivity.
have in there, the manner in which we're parking this is specific to places like this, or think Disney. Mr. Mudd has continued to call it the Disney-style parking, where the ease of in and out occur. So the 350 feet is what allows us to park it in a manner that's efficient, allows us to drain the parking in a manner that's efficient. If we added, the 150 feet, it throws that whole ratio out of whack. We looked at it every which way. I mean, Kimley Horn has looked at this multiple ways, laid out multiple ways. The way that we have proposed is not only efficient from an operational standpoint on site, but also the ease of, getting people out of the site and to the street network in an efficient manner.
Can I jump in real quick?
Please.
I've got a lot to say. I think the elephant in the room on this deal regarding the internal pedestrian access way is defining what an internal pedestrian access way is. In my opinion, when you've got these long rows of parking, when you park your car and get out, you've got minimum code required 24-foot backup space. So that in and of itself, every double stacked row of parking, every 40 feet, you have a access way straight to the venue. So I don't really understand this whole TE number 3, and I'm asking for some clarification.
Sure, yeah, it's a code requirement that when you get above a certain size of parking lot, that you have essentially a sidewalk running through your parking lot to the
At least
business
a
or facility.
striped access way, that is, at least a stripe, doesn't have to be curbed and all that, but it has to be at least.
Yeah, so the code has specific requirements about when that's triggered and what it looks like, how it functions.
So in essence, you could do a 28-foot backup space and stripe a row through each one of these thoroughfares, and that would meet code.
No, I don't think so. You have to, I mean, the point of it is for safety, you have to be able, I mean, it's not, if you're walking behind cars that are backing up, that's not going to meet that requirement, I don't think.
Well, I'm going to jump in and talk about Norman, Oklahoma, and the OU Stadium and the Lloyd Noble Center and, things that I deal with on a day-to-day, year-to-year, Thunder games. I think that I deal with landscape points on the daily in my profession. Them providing all the points that would require all the island, tree island, and still providing that landscape point total, I think is a big give for that. But I do understand when David says that if they put all these end islands, internal pedestrian walkways, everything like that, it would be, I believe, I think what you said, 7 more acres of parking. I believe that would create 7 more acres of heat issues, and I think it would make things worse, in my opinion.
On the parking, is it directed? I mean, if I pull in there and I'm going to park, is there going to be someone directing you where to park? And such that, my question being, everyone keeps talking about Disneyland. My experience at Disneyland was you parked in a row, everybody walked down the row in front of you such that there was not traffic in that row.
Yeah, we have a detailed traffic management plan, and there will be none of the intersections on the east of Sarah are going to be lighted, so that's going to be man-controlled. All the parking lot will be man-controlled. The other thing that you'll see about this parking lot, and again, it's the proxy of Disney. This is unlike a mixed use where somebody's going to get out of a car, maybe like at a what do you call it? One of those big malls where you've got the Nike stores and all of that. They may want to go here, they may want to go here, they may want to go there. In this case, they're pulling in, they're turning around, and they're going to the amphitheater. When they get out, they're coming straight back out. So with a 24-foot wide throat, I think we've got plenty of walking distance. They're going to be walking towards the direction that typically that the traffic's coming in. And so that approach, given the fact that the pedestrian traffic is going to be unidirectional, we believe is a safe, and our consultants are telling us is the safest way to construct this parking. One of the reasons it gets to 7 acres is once you add the trees, you add the walking paths, it doesn't take long at all. And then you add the thoroughfare and the ingress and egress that goes along with it, that's where the land masses are going to come from. And we did design it. After our meeting with Jeff, I convened with our architect. We looked at how much additional land it would take. We laid out the parking, and I don't even know if we could get the land, to be honest with you, but it would be north, which would require yet probably another entrance out onto Sarah, which we don't think we need.
So the 7 acres included the additional sidewalk space?
Full compliance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where I was going. I was trying to figure out how you're getting 7 acres of islands.
Yeah, it was the internal walkways and the islands. which I believe at some point asked for one every 12 parking spaces, you know, which,
I mean, I agree with your point, Commissioner Meeks, on adding hardscapes not improving the situation.
Right.
I think what I heard here was it's a manned, controlled entry and exit, so there's people saying this row, go that way, everyone's stacking up, then they go to the next row. That kind of satisfies me on the whole pedestrian aspect. But I'm looking at the plan that's up on the screen, and just so we understand though, on the trees is, you're saying you will meet the landscape requirements.
Points.
You're just points required, but you're distributing them to the perimeters and near the venue.
you'll have more dense landscaping, which in practical terms is also going to help control more noise. Because if you spread them out in those islands, they wouldn't be doing much for sound, is what I've heard. You know, guys and gals, I want to tell you that this is a difficult job. I'm telling you this specifically because I've seen all kinds of stuff in the short time I've sat in this seat that I like and that I don't like. And so I put myself in your shoes. This is my ward, and I think about what kind of good neighbor would I like? I'd like a neighbor that's part-time. 7 months out of the year is a pretty good part-time neighbor. I think about what could be alternatives in the location, that this takes a big giant footprint out of those alternatives. There will be out parcels, there will be other retail that comes in. That's on a case-by-case basis. We can't control that. This will, in my opinion, and my opinion's not worth much, but I believe this will raise property value comparable to some of the things I've had to sit here and approve and vote on, like a neighborhood of 400 homes that are 30-foot wide lots, as an example. As you guys know, that's my thing. That traffic's all the time, every day, every week, every month of the year. This is a part-time venue. I do want to tell you that I went to this meeting. This meeting was very impressive. It's very unfortunate that you didn't get to go. And this meeting went way deeper than what Mr. Mudd has said tonight. I heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I heard about the trash issue where they, after the show, that they dumped the whole parking lot 40 minutes. They do the chain. They have the one security guard per 250 cars. They do the chain gang. They walk from one side to the other with their trash cans and their trash bags before everybody that works there goes home. There's not trash anywhere on the facility. I'm going to jump through real quick and try to speed this process up. So on TE number 1, I like that they're going to keep with the point total. If you guys want to have more discussion on that, we can. The TE number 2 about the EMD3 sign, I believe that's not a big ask of a venue of this size to point a sign at a highway to advertise their business. We can circle back to that. What I wanted to specifically talk about is the modifying number 3 to taking the 150 foot out and making it 350 feet. I don't see a problem with that. I understand that David wanted to strike after the word only, remove the and set a maximum number of days event can occur. I counted the days at maximum exposure that I see that they could throw at the city or at the neighbors, and at worst, it was 84. And if you do the math that followed that TE anyway, the one that says never more than 12 times in any given 30-day period, it also comes to 84. Okay, so I don't see that that was a big issue. I think adding a number 5 TE is a good idea to have the tinsel covering over 60% of the venue seating, and I'd like to add to that we increase the fence height on that addition to 8 foot.
Agreed.
So we can give you our word. That fence is not within the legal description of this application.
Right.
So Mr. Haynes is here, who is representing that landowner. We can tell you yes, but it's not within the confines of this PUD.
Yeah.
But we're absolutely committed to it.
Right.
Mr. Haynes is here on behalf of the property owner of that piece, saying we're also committed to it.
And I've spoke with that party, and I believe they're agreeable to that also. Would you agree, Terry?
You want to respond to the modification to TE3?
So we can just delete TE3 because the modification proposed is what the PUD currently says.
Okay. Yes.
That's what, the 350 is what we have in the PUD, so.
Okay. Delete TE3 then. Okay.
Staff want to respond on the tree issue?
Did you have a specific question?
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, I know that this seemed like a sticking point, so I just
Can
wanted to
I
understand.
just say something?
Please.
I want to be clear about this. Because of all the things that we might have gotten off into the weeds about, this was not what I was expecting. But, I mean, the two comments that I wrote down here as we were going through the TEs were purely as a policy matter, are we ready to abandon our tree requirement for parking lots? And purely as a policy matter, are we ready to abandon our pedestrian walkways for safety? Now, I think what I'm hearing, the trees are one thing. I think what I'm hearing them say is that because when you pull into this parking lot, somebody's going to tell you, park over there. And then the next person behind you is going to park over there. And the next person behind you is going to park over there. And when you get out of your car, you're going to be going that way. So there will not be any conflict between pedestrians and cars in the parking lot. I don't know enough about Disney to know whether that's an accurate description or not, but it seems dubious to me. And so I'd like some comment about that from staff. You know, the idea that trees are going to take up space, gee, that's too bad. On the other hand, I have often heard Commissioner Claire say that parking trees in islands is not a good idea, that they don't work, that they don't stay alive, that they don't thrive, that this is not the way to do this.
Right.
And so I really wish he were here right now.
Yeah.
And their ordinance doesn't make the islands wide enough to avoid the car door hit, so the trees get beat to death. They don't plant them big enough to get the canopy over the car doors. It's a weird code that.
But it also comments in here somewhere, I thought, that there are other options available besides trees, that they might do some kind of covering or little areas, stations maybe.
Yes.
350 feet's a long way to walk, by the way, to get to a place where it's safe to walk. 350 is longer than a football field. I mean, it's a long way. But those two things are just policy amongst us as commissioners, separate and apart from the other specific details of all the noise and all that kind of stuff, which are very real issues. But to me, these are important things that we have settled on over the years. And if we're not going to apply them here, I want to have a reason why.
So the landscape code was adopted several years ago. It does, and you know, I think it's fair to say, well, are the islands big enough and the tree's going to be healthy? As I recall, the depth was like 8 feet or so, but we can look into that. But the goal is, and the code does say that one of the goals, main reasons for doing that is to help with heat. So that's why that's one of the big reasons why, and it's been in place for many years now. It was asserted that, well, if you that's just going to add additional hardscape. That may be true, but you're adding both planted area and maybe a little bit of hardscape for circulation to get to that additional 7 acres. So we're sensitive to that. As I said, the main goal that is stated in the code and stated in our city policies, and as you've probably seen, the city recently did a study on the urban heat island. It was in the newspaper. There's a significant difference in a parking lot like this versus just kind of your typical neighborhood, especially if it's well shaded, well treed. Anyway, we're sensitive to the fact that they have limited space, which is why we offer, well, you could put in shade structures. Those aren't cheap, I realize that, but at least it gives them an option. You know, it's the sort of thing you see at car dealerships and other places, like at our car rental facility at the airport. You know, they have shade structures. So that was, yes, we did offer that as kind of an option. Did I cover your questions? I feel like.
I want to address Janice's comment. If the city wants to take the landscape ordinance serious, I believe they should do like the city of Norman has done and require landscape bonds that they can go see if your landscape's died in a year, and if it has, they can pull the bond and replace it, because there's no enforcement. Just not.
Yeah, we had.
Once you final a job and you plant that tree, if that tree dies a month later, there's nothing.
Yeah, somebody.
And then
it
you've
would
got
be a
an
zoning
island.
enforcement issue.
Right. You just got a dead island. I believe on this project, I understand we abandon different things all the time for lesser of a venue on a PUD. I'll just say with PUD, we abandon and change codes on way lesser PUDs than this. I believe that this is a unique issue that I don't think you can compare that with abandoning the code comment. You know what I mean?
I think this is exactly the kind of application for which those policies were created, though. Large swaths of concrete or asphalt, you know, and to be able to provide, it's wonderful that it reduces the heat island issue. It's also nice to be able to park next to one occasionally when you're, you know, and aesthetically, there's a value to it that I get that they're moving it elsewhere. This is really, you know, an application that this is specifically designed to address. If we're not going to use it here, I don't know where we would.
I hear that, and I did have a very, very brief conversation with Jeff about this before the meeting, but I'm really compelled by the idea that we're going to add more hard surface. And I think part of my objection to that is because I definitely care about pedestrians being safe.
7 acres, you mean?
Yeah, the 7 acres. And let's be, because Jeff is right. Like, it's not like all of the 7 acres is going to be hard surface. It's not.
It's getting around to each
It's going to
aisle.
be, but let's be generous and say half of it's going to be hard surface. Oh, do we really think in the future that the car demand is going to be the same? We have the same argument about the parking code all the time when we talk about parking requirements for other buildings throughout the city. And is it better for us to use that same space for other enhancements or developments that make this entire area better rather than adding more surface space for parking, just so that we can accommodate trees that we aren't even sure are going to even live in the spaces that we're providing? That's why I just am not sure. I get it that this code was designed for this particular instance, because I agree with you fully on that. Like, it was made for this moment. But now that we're forced to make now that the choice has been provided, I go, is that the best use of the 7 acres? Is this the highest and best use of the land? I don't know that I'm convinced.
Chairman, I feel like that code was made for Walmart, Sam's, you know, not for like Xerox plant parking lots, Lloyd Noble, like I said, Texas Motor Speedway, you know, they don't do what this code implies. You look at a typical Sam's parking lot, Lowe's, Home Depot type, this is way bigger parking lot than that.
I don't have a problem with the sidewalks because it's a structured parking scenario. Now, I agree with you if this was Walmart or Sam's Club, whatever, I think the sidewalks are more appropriate, but given that they're using a structured parking system and having seen that in action at Disneyland, I don't really have an issue with that. My biggest question is, you know, David, you guys have agreed to account for the number of points, but it's like, you know, you've got to still have some place to put all that landscaping. And I'm not arguing that grouping it together is not a good idea, but regardless, you have to have dirt to plant whatever your landscaping is in the points. And And I'm not trying to drag this whole thing out and say you need an island every 150 feet or every 100 feet or something. It would just be nice to see some on the ends to break things up or something, which could also kind of facilitate a place to stop under the shade.
And we have added, there will be some islands, just not to the degree that the code requires. And then, you know, a big piece of it on the exterior to offer a further kind of buffer.
So, yeah, I think we're saying we want to see trees, we want to see that, we're going to see a specific plan, and that will be much more clear as to where they are located and how they're located. So we're definitely going to want to see more of that, whatever we
Yeah,
decide here
that's a good
today.
point.
And we're under no means setting a precedent for other developers to come and ask for relaxing of trees in parking lots. Maybe if they come with the another 12,500 seat amphitheater, we might consider doing whatever ends up on this if this goes through. But this doesn't apply to shopping centers and Costco's and Walmarts. It's just, that's a very different thing. And that's, in my mind, that's why I'm willing to, this is a unique project, so.
Also
I'm
not an
okay, I'm
architect,
okay
so-
thinking about it. And I want to see the trees, but grouping them in where they're more beneficial to the venue and protecting sound and people being able to enjoy those areas, I think is a good strategic move. And I do, I mean, at least in the rendering, I do see a lot of green space. Now, that's not to say that walking to the venue in the shade would not add to the user experience, but I understand the extensive shade structures in a parking area is very cost prohibitive. So I'm hesitant to try to go down that road. But someone else might want to.
So where are we, commissioners?
I think we need to hear a little bit more about, and I know we might not want to, but the noise and the noise issue and what it means that we're approving the modified Section 918. Is it a 5% increase, 10% increase over what is allowable right now?
It's a good question.
Matt Mahon, Listen Consultants. It's a 5 dB increase from what's in the code. A 5 dB increase is a noticeable change, we say. There's no objective criteria of what sounds twice as loud to most people, but we say usually 10 dB is twice as loud or half as loud if you go up or down. 5 dB is noticeable. 3 dB is generally noticeable to most people. 1 or 2 dB is not really noticeable to people. Yeah, that's the easiest one to latch onto. 10 dB increase is perceived as twice as loud to most people.
So we're at half as loud.
Yeah.
It's not quite it, but
Not really reassuring, but okay.
50% louder. Yeah.
So, and in the PUD, we do require the sound monitoring. So that's a PUD requirement that, what's that? Yeah, in accordance with the exhibit, so.
I don't know if I heard, I heard more in the meeting with the applicant about the directionality issues and the orientation. I don't know if that helps to hear that one more time about how this has been cited to project sound towards the interstate. And what is the experience of decibels or behind the venue? Can you shed some light on that? 'Cause
Yeah, there is a chart that I can pull up here and show you, but the high frequency travels very directionally, travels farther, and that footprint is pushed against the 45-foot berm in the back, and it is pushed down John Kilpatrick to I-40. It has a much narrower path. The lower frequencies have a broader footprint, but they don't travel quite as far. They're not as easily mitigated. So one of the things that we did in our PUD is we committed to staying 60 feet off of Sarah Road so that we couldn't scooch the amphitheater over to the east, as was a concern that we talked about with Jeff when we were going through it. So we pushed it all the way to the west because that little circle that's in there, 600 feet. Oh, sorry, 600 feet off of Sarah Road.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So yeah, so the framework that I think about this is the comparison that you would experience in that chart. So it's the difference between the inside of a store and the sound at 50 yards from a highway, as an example. And so what we're asking for is 55 to 60 and 65 to 70. So that's that 5 dB.
And this is at
increase.
the monitoring stations.
At the monitoring stations,
So you're
that's
clear.
correct.
So it'd be louder than that in the parking lot. It'd be louder than that at retail things around there, but the concern is the residents.
Yeah. And those stations are located at the boundary of the PUD site. Is
So
that correct?
the location on the east is the boundary of our PUD, so it's 250 feet from Sarah Road before you get to the residence. So it's this way, closer to us. On the west side, it's at that 8-foot wall that we've committed to.
At the residential area?
At the residential area.
Across the,
It actually sits not on our PUD, but our commitment is to put it in the larger
And
development.
that's on the other side of the highway.
And it's 600 feet to the east of the PUD boundary, not Sarah Road. And so it's 600 feet from the PUD boundary. The PUD boundary to Sarah is about 350 feet.
Okay.
okay. Well, and yeah, I don't know if it's any reassurance to the person that spoke about concern and that lives nearby, but that person's road is fairly further south than this. So recognize there's residential areas there's a few different residential areas, but I'm trying to hear that you're not going to hear anywhere near that when you're south of the venue, because
No.
the sound's being pushed.
The
The sound footprint to the south is substantially less than to the north, and that's why we've pushed this in our PUD as far north and as west as we can up against the berm of the John Kilpatrick Parkway.
Right, the sound's pushed straight at I-40, right?
It's directly down the
That's
Kilpatrick
the direction of the sound,
Yeah.
period.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and it is late, but this is an important one. Sound and the noise is the biggest for me as well. I think, as I'm understanding you've got a table here, and at 70 dBA, I was a little worried. It said freight train from 100 feet away, but that is not a freight train's horn from 100 feet away. That's like a running the
noise.
tracks and the sound of a running freight train.
That's right.
So with the edge of your border, it sounds like a running freight train, but not the horn. I was a little worried it was like a
Well,
freight
and-
train blowing its horn.
To be clear, only 10% of the time over a 30-minute period. So that's the L10 requirement that we're asking for. So we're
Okay.
not asking to be able to stay at that level. That's 3 minutes in a 30-minute period.
Okay, so, and on that, I'm gonna get, now I got technical for a minute, as technical as reading a table is. But the gut here, most of us have been to a concert, we've been to outdoor concerts. There's kind of a common sense piece of this. It's probably gonna be about the sound of a concert outdoors at an amphitheater. I mean, it is what it is. It comes down to, our chairman said, we've got to balance the property owners, the city's needs, sales tax, quality of life, things we want to have, and where are you going to put it? This is like the ultimate not in my backyard. Nobody wants it right in their backyard, but it's got to be somewhere. Is this the best place for it, or do we just want to say that we're not putting it anywhere? This is really tough. I hope that the city and whoever's becoming the experts will do their best to mitigate to the extent possible the sound. But in the end, it's going to be the best you can do for an outdoor amphitheater that's going to have concerts. And the 10% of the time for 30-minute period, I think, and I hope we in the city are worried about, it's those peaks that are the worst. If you're sitting in your house and all of a sudden that loudest blast, the entertainers enter the stage and it's loud as can be, or they play the favorite song as loud as can be, it's the end of the concert. It's as loud as it can be. It's when you wake up on your couch or whatever, and you go, oh my God, it's that concert again. So it's not great for the neighbors, but it's got to be somewhere. We got to mitigate the best we can. I'm glad we're talking really serious about the noise issues in the city. I keep looking at Jeff, because whoever it is, control this sound as good as you can. But in the end, if we're favorable on an amphitheater in the city of Oklahoma City, this is a good spot for it, and we just got to do our best to mitigate the sound.
I'll tell you in my experience in our ward with the zoo amphitheater, which is complained about by our neighbors there a lot. I can tell you, none of these mitigation efforts were done. And I lived near the zoo amphitheater before. I couldn't hear it in my house, and and I lived closer than the people who live on the other side.
You
of Sarah
could
Road.
not hear it?
I could not. But there was not as much mitigation. But it's also not as many people. It's also not as much traffic. So I was trying to use my own experience of living near one to try to think about how that would affect me. I mean, the scale is just entirely different, but the mitigation's also entirely different and more intentional, and the technology's better.
And I don't believe the zoo mitigates their sound
They don't.
or has any kind of control stations.
Jeff, can I ask, have we got a system in place to monitor the, enforcement? How are we going to enforce this? They've agreed that they're going to meet these levels. They've agreed that they're going to put them into their contracts with their talent and so on. But, how is the city going to ensure that they're being met? Have we
Yeah.
thought about that?
The city would do, so if somebody complains, the city would go out there with their noise measuring devices. Well, they look at the zoning, so whatever's decided by this group in the city council, if it's 70 dBA, they're gonna go out there and measure and see if it exceeds that, and if they do, then they would, issue a citation and do what they normally do. So it's pretty much as simple as that, as complaint-based.
We can also offer up that the third-party monitoring results or findings can be given to the city on a quarterly basis.
I like that idea
So
better.
you can add that to the PUD.
I like that idea better.
Cool.
If they're regularly or even occasionally exceeding it, at least we'll know. Then we can decide what we want to do
Yeah,
about it.
you could do the quarterly, you could do as deep as having central station monitoring, be able to contact front of house. I mean, there's a lot, it's city-owned dispatch, and they could handle stuff like that. There's a lot of things you could do. One thing I did want to jump in and say to the applicant that Dr. Behringer brought up is the ISO 9000 calibration of their units. Those units set out there in the weather and over time. I would ask that the applicants have these sound monitors calibrated possibly on a yearly basis.
We can agree to that.
Okay.
So what you just said now makes me, there are a lot of things we could do, you said, as far as, contacting front of house. Has anybody asked you to help them set up a system that's going to work in terms of the enforcement part of it? I'd like to know more about that. I think what they're talking about, providing the information, is great, but if there's a way to do it in real time, that would be even better.
I'll be honest, as I've learned sitting in this position, is that the city's reactive. City's reactive, and on high call volume facilities, a procedure gets put in place, and how it's handled is the person that's going to make the complaint, guess what number they're going to call? 911. They're going to call the police, they're going to file a complaint, and the police are going to get tired of dealing with that, and they're eventually going to set up a system. And that's what's going to come with a high complaint area.
Let's hear.
I'd like to get on the front end of that rather than wait for it to develop into a
To
problem
that.
that they have to figure out a way to solve.
But it's that simple, that dispatch could have front of house, phone number that, hey, we've got 32 calls and something.
We've taken this approach in both Murfreesboro and Colorado Springs, and I don't know if there's a special events coordinator in the police department of Oklahoma City. A process in other cities that has been done is we would send these reports monthly, quarterly, and there's a person there that's assigned to read them as a part of the special operations unit that does it. So I don't know where that is, but we're certainly willing to commit the requirements that we have and produce those reports with the weighting that we're committing to on whatever, quarterly period, whatever it makes. And if there is a complaint, we can come back. ISO 9000 is a voluntary, criteria that we can have somebody assess, and we can tell you if they complained, if we were, yes, we did, and we brought it back in this period of time, or no, we didn't. And that is all going to be empirical information.
Helpful. Where are we? Let's settle around where we are with where we are with the technical evaluations, and be clear about that, and then let's just decide.
If there's nothing else from any other commissioners, I'm prepared to make a motion and try to read through my TE comments.
As
and
long as
David can-
the applicant's
Do you
prepared.
want me to tell you where I think we are and you can?
Yeah.
Please.
So deleting TE1, deleting TE2, deleting TE3, modifying TE4 to strike the words beginning at and set a maximum number of days, adding TE5 that the seated portion of the amphitheater shall be covered by 60%, and that the third-party sound monitoring shall be results transmitted to the city on a quarterly basis.
On the one about this covering, we want to reserve the right to review at specific plan. We want to specifically know that we're gonna do that.
Yeah, and calibrate on an annual basis the devices.
Yeah.
Don't we want to say that you're going to provide this information also on a quarterly basis?
I said that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I don't think I want to strike TE1. I think it's just a question of saying that you're going to meet the requirement, but it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, point total.
I think that's already there. It's already in the MDS.
Okay.
I think we want to review that at specific plan as well, but.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is the EMD3 noted in the MDS already? Is that why you're striking that, but you wanted 3 instead of 2? For all I know, there's 4 or 5, and who knows, are we?
No, there's only 3.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question about that? This may be a silly question, but do EMD3 signs make noise?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they make as much noise perhaps as your television at your house. I mean, they're, like the Chesapeake Arena is not audible.
It's not, okay, we have that thing down there that's like the newsboy that's like calling out things on the.
Not anymore.
Oh, really? Is it gone?
No, when when the Oklahoman left, the audible speaker for that billboard left.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not making any noise? Okay.
Okay, and according, well, Jeff, go ahead and say that.
Just wanted to, so the code allows 100 square feet of their sign to be EMD3. They're asking for 200 square feet. So the code would say you can have 100 square foot of that to be EMD3. That's what C3 allows. They have a 200, their MDS asks for 200 feet of that sign to be 200 square feet of EMD. So the way I read it to be is the code would allow that to be level 2, half of it to be level 3, which would allow.
Would you, are there signs like that? How would you have both?
I don't know, that's how it's written, but you could do the
We want
video.
200 of level 3.
Can do video.
Yeah, we want 200 of level 3.
Want to animate the whole 200 square
I'm
feet.
just saying that you're giving them again more than the code is allowing if you allow.
But yet less than what the city has on their entertainment
I see,
venue.
I see. I see.
Point taken. I don't know where you guys are at, but I'm fine with the number 2. Was the EMD3 in the master design statement? Okay.
Okay, so did I hear a motion?
We
not
first
yet.
got clarity about
Yep.
what the technical evaluations are,
Yep.
for the record.
Can I ask
Brad,
David?
one more time.
Can I ask David to read into the record
One more
one
time.
last time before I make a motion?
Okay.
Sure. So strike TE1. TE2 specify that it will be EMD3. Strike TE3. On TE4, strike the words beginning at and set a maximum number of days. Add TE5 that the seats shall have coverage of 60% and they shall be reviewed at the time of specific plan by the Planning Commission. Third-party sound monitoring shall be transmitted to the results transmitted to the city on a quarterly basis. And annually, the tools will be calibrated per the words you said.
ISO 9000.
That.
And we're not including the fence height because that's
We
not
can't.
within.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, but it will be 8 feet. But it's not within the boundaries of the PUD, so it just wouldn't be enforceable.
Yes. With that being read into the record, Mr. Chairman, I would motion to approve, recommend approval of PUD 1983.
Commissioner Meek moves to recommend approval to City Council of PUD 1983, including the amended technical evaluations as read into the record. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes.
My screen is like out of control from steroids.
There you go.
Oh, I didn't think you could do that.
I didn't know he did it either.
And the motion passes. Thank you. We're now in line for additional items. There are none. We're in line for communications and reports. Planning Commission committees. Planning Commission members on this late hour. Anybody? No. All right. Planning Department? Municipal Counselor's Office. Are there any remaining citizens to be heard? Seeing none, and we've reached the end of our agenda, we're adjourned.